Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and dear colleagues, students, and guests. It's a great pleasure to have all of you here. And personally, and on behalf of the rector, I want to give you really a warm welcome. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you because I see many students, many colleagues on a topic that is very important today. Especially today is Liberation Day. So. And even the title recalls something about this approach to international relationship. This is the 5th edition of the International Politics and Security Schools. And it is really, it is particularly relevant in this context as this school refers to international security and terrorism. I want to thank Professor Lomellini for organizing and all other people that worked for this event, for this conference, for this two-day school, which brings together some of the most important experts in the field. Our university is a place where we discuss freely everything. And this is important. This is what university must do, and this is what we try to do every day in every situation. A special thank goes to all speakers of this event because they interacting among them and with you. I think they will provide insightful thoughts about our situation. The University of Padua has a long tradition in the study and research, aiming at understanding the most complex problems of our time. And the goal for us is to offer a broad perspective to those working in politics, strategic analysis, and crisis management. As you know, we live in a very complex world. And when I was young, there was the idea that globalization, so allowing foods and services and goods to move without barriers across countries, will give us and will export with goods also democracy and human rights. This idea simply failed, and we have proof and evidence every morning when we open TV and listen politics speaking about problems that we face today. So the idea that the export of goods and services will result in the automatic exports of democracy was not correct. But still, we have problems, and we face important issues that need cooperation among countries. If you think to the artificial intelligence, tomorrow you will have a session about cybersecurity. If you think about terrorism, if you think the war in Ukraine, if you think the global warming and the scarcity of food and water for millions of people, all such issues could be addressed only if we start cooperating. And Liberation Day means building walls for goods, services, and those walls will result in walls among diplomacy and countries. I think this is a major threat we have. And as a professor, as a university, as institutions, I think we have a role, we have an important role. As professors and institutions, through our work, we build typically bridges, understanding deeply phenomenon, and refuse oversimplification is the only way we have to build bridges. And this is the role of the school, this is the role of people discussing, experts, colleagues, and you discussing such topics. So it's very important to discuss because it's the very important contribution that universities provide to this situation we are now facing. Discussing after having analyzed and studied deeply problems, okay? Because refuse every oversimplification. And typically, in many aspects, we see oversimplification of the problems. I'm particularly happy to see so when I saw the program, I saw 4 sessions with 4 different focus. History, cinema, communication, media, cybersecurity, terrorism. So this is important. I want to stress the idea of communication, media, cinema, and other possibility, because if you think every step we see in the process of building walls is before all those steps. We face a communication that try to oversimplify problems and identify one single element that creates all the disaster we are facing. This oversimplification, when it goes to the media, social media also, creates the environment where people trust and vote in a specific way. So I think there is also the need to fully understand media and communication overall. So the 4th session puts together experts in many fields, and this is very important contribution. We have 5 departments of our university involved in this. So in this school, which is very important, 5 out of 32 departments is a good portion of the department. And this is also an important contribution that the University Padua especially can provide to different topics. We are a university that covers all disciplines, organized in 32 departments. We are around 2,800 professors and 74,000 students. 2,800 professors that, as I said, cover all disciplines and allow a debate that is intrinsically multidisciplinary. And this is a plus for sure for this conference. I stop here because I could say many other stuff, but I don't want to decrease time for the experts in the field. In conclusion, I want to emphasize how important is for the University of Padua to host this event. Our mission is not only to transmit knowledge, but also to stimulate critical thinking and foster dialogue between academia, institutions, civil society. And when I say academia, the role of students is important, because academia is not just professors discussing, but professors studying, discussing, but discussing also with students that offer new perspectives. This is very important. Security for sure is an issue that requires all our effort and needs to be addressed seriously and effectively. I want to thank all the participants, organizer, the speaker for making this event possible, and confident that the reflection that will emerge today will contribute significantly to the debate. Thanks again to all of you for being here, and enjoy the rest of this event.
Good morning to everyone, distinguished guests, colleagues, and students. As the director of the Department of Political Science, Law, and International Studies, it is my great honor to welcome you to the 5th edition of the International Politics and Security School. Make this 2025, themed Make the World Safe Again. This conference exemplifies the core values and research direction of our department. We firmly believe in the power of multi and interdisciplinary approaches to address complex global challenges, and the school embodies this philosophy perfectly. I agree with what Prorector Antonio Barbonetti said. With a motto, we can say that there are no simple solutions to complex problems. Over the next 2 days, we will explore critical issues in international security and terrorism from various perspectives: historical, sociological, cultural, and technological. This holistic approach aligned seamlessly with our department's commitment to comprehensive and innovative research methodologies. We are privileged to host distinguished speakers, including former Minister of Interior Domenico Minniti and acclaimed writer and former magistrate Giancarlo De Cataldo. Their insights, along with contributions from experts across various university departments and international scholars, will enrich our understanding of these crucial topics. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Valentine Lomellini, our scientific coordinator, and to all who have contributed to organizing this event. Your efforts reinforce our department's position at the forefront of interdisciplinary research in political science and international studies. To all participants, whether here in person or joining me on live stream, I encourage you to engage fully in the discussions. This conference represents an excellent opportunity to broaden your perspective and forge valuable connections. Thank you for your participation. I look forward to the insightful discussions and outcomes that will emerge from this conference, further strengthening our department's research initiatives. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you to the Vice Rector, Professor Parbonetti, and to the Director of the Department of Political Science, Law, and International Studies, Professor Sergio Gerotto, and to our following chair, so Professor Maccarini, to be here. So I'm very pleased to open this edition of IPSe, the conference school I founded 5 years ago. So the very first edition of IPSe was held in May 2020, when we were all shocked by the emergence of the COVID pandemic. I had two choices at that time, so postpone the school in the hope that the situation would improve, or hold it anyway in a digital form. So thanks to the support of the Department of Politics, Law and International Studies, its governance, but also its dedicated administrative staff, I took up the challenge of organizing this very first edition. And since then, more than 700 students from more than 10 countries have attended the conference school. From that moment on, we, as a society, began to address some serious issues. So the Russian aggression in Ukraine and the war that followed, the 7 October terrorist attack by Hamas and the Israeli war in Gaza, and also some long-term issues, such as, for example, something that is almost forgotten these days, but also climate change, terrorism, and organized crime. And finally, the latest developments due to the Trump administration was slogan during the election campaign was "Make America Great Again." But can we make the world safe again? Could we still talk about a spatial relationship between the United Nations, the United States, and the European Union? And what would be the role of the European Union itself? A cohesive European Union, marching together as an independent entity, as Christine Lagarde argued just a few days ago? What would be the role of you, of the younger generations, in the face of this new threat? As academics, I think that we have to take the risk of tackling such issues. This is why, after 5 years of experience through the common network on which IPSe Conference School is based, we have decided to establish a Center for Security Studies which has just been approved by the University of Padua. Let me see if it works. Okay. Unlike many European countries, Italy does not have a center for the study of international history and politics in connection with securities issues that is closely structured within the academic community. The establishment of the Center for Security Studies so fully meets the need for a wide-ranging and transversal dialogue between scholars from different disciplinary backgrounds in order to integrate methodological approaches and analytical proposals. As mentioned, the global scenario has brought about a continuous series of crises that seems to reinforce the public opinion perception of a perennial threat that decline in a multiplicity of facades threatens to overwhelm our societies and our political systems. So the center aims to explore in a systematic, but also in a systemic way, the emergence of a sense of collective powerlessness in the face of a plethora of global challenges, stimulating a free and global scientific debate on ways to overcome it. In this context, the Center seeks to analyze international scenarios and develop appropriate response strategies to emerging threats by fostering collaboration with centers and universities that deal with these issues globally. So the center will finally develop, as also Professor Gerotto argued, interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research lines around the study of foreign policy, international policies, but also spatially the phenomena of terrorism, counterterrorism, radicalization, and organized crime, both in the sense of a national sense or in a broader global scenario. So I'm very proud to present you the network on which the center is based, which includes the most important universities and foundations dealing with security studies on a global level. So the center partners and scientific committee include Yale, Stanford, UC, University of California, San Diego, the European University Institute, the Panthéon-La Sorbonne, the St. Cyr Center, Georgetown University, John Jay College for Criminal Justice, the International Center for Counterterrorism, the London School of Economics, the University of St. Andrews and the ANDA Centers, the University of Arkansas, Sapienza University, the University of Bologna, the Scuola Normale Superiore, the University La Cattolica in Milan, the State University in Roma, Osservatorio della Criminalità Organizzata, the University of Urbino, la Universidad Rey Juan Carlos, Nantes University, and Scintille di Futuro, and last but not least, the University of Genova. So I'm very happy that you are all here, part of the scientific committee, and I'm pleased that also the room is full of students that I hope will enjoy this 2 days of conference school. I welcome the students as well as the panelists, and thank you everybody for being here.
So, hello, good morning, everyone, again. Thank you, Valentine, for inviting me over and to chair the session. I'm very happy not only to be here and to see this qualified audience, but also to see many students and some of my students as well that I recognize there in the middle. So I'm very happy to be here to discuss with you all. Now, first of all, I'm a sociologist. So when you first invited me, Valentine, I thought, people would think, well, what the hell are you doing here? You're a sociologist. And we're dealing with war, terrorism, security issues, violence. What are you doing here? And they would be right. Because, what struck me, she knows, of course, Valentine knows that I kind of deal with these issues a little bit, but it's an exception. Social science, and particularly sociology, has usually neglected war, terrorism, violence issues, with some exceptions. It was not so with the classics, the generation of the classics. For example, there are historical studies about how the first generation of sociologists dealt with World War I, well, the position they take and they used to take it. But then it's sort of, you know, the whole interest for this whole phenomenon, this social fact, was not so strong. Resurfaced recently, okay? But up to now, if you, for example, open a handbook of sociology, you usually find no chapter about either war or violence, usually. While we all know that armies, security institutions and organizations make a huge part of the institutional framework of our societies. What sparked my interest first, not only in this conference, but in the whole work that the center is developing, is the mutual relationship between war and society, terrorism and society, violence and organized violence, let's say, and society, not just violence. Of course, there's an interest for the mutual relationship through which wars, organized violence, all forms of organized violence have been shaping societies, and vice versa. Societies have been shaping the kind of violence that we witness and that we sometimes try to avoid, hopefully, okay? So I think one of the most important points that will be dealt with in this conference, in this spring school, will be in this particular kind of society nowadays. From a sociological point of view, we all know it is characterized by volatility, unpredictability, hypercomplexity, the renewed volatility of all alliances, and we are sometimes shocked to see how, you know, how rapid change has become in this respect. Now, in this context, in this new framework, what is happening and what are the hopes that actors, political actors, social actors, cultural, political elites, economic elites, try to produce positive sum games, win-win games, positive sum games, and more especially when dealing with actors who intentionally assume different logics of action, like how to manage relationships between some actors who act according to a logic of compromise, others act in terms of cooperation or the availability to cooperate, and others on the logic of elimination of others. So how these are, can be brought together, modeled, and of course with practical purposes as well, not just theoretical. In this respect, sociological theory is only beginning to merge and to study some of these issues together with game theory, for example. But this is just the beginning. Now, having said this, which is why I personally find these 2 days actually very, very interesting, my task is easy today because I have to chair. So first, let me invite the distinguished speakers we have for the session here. They can, so we have first Bernhard Blumenau, University of St. Andrews, please. And Valentine's already here, Frédéric Dessberg. Pleasure to meet you all. Now, I think we can have, let me say a couple of words about timing. I'll be very bad, very nasty about keeping time, which is probably why Valentine invited me in the first place. And so I think we can have, let's say, 20 to 25 minutes each, okay? Then we have a discussant, whom I will introduce later, but who's Octavia Moise, there, thanks for being here. And so without further ado, Professor Blumenau, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much, Valentine, Sarah, and Marta for organizing this, for having me here. I don't think it's the 5th time, but I've been here a couple of times and I enjoy it very much every time. Congratulations on the new center. I think it's very important, especially in the times we're in at the moment, to combine history, politics, other disciplines to tackle the very complex questions that we face, and all the best to the center on that. I was told to keep it short. Then I was told I have a little bit more time, which is always a risky thing to tell an academic, so I'll try to stay within reason. What I'll be talking today is the lessons we can learn from 5, 6, almost 7 decades now of anti-terrorism negotiations, and how that might perhaps help us tackle some of the questions that the world is facing today. You all know that global crises are intensifying. We're living in a time where international collaboration is under threat, where transactional politics have replaced compromise and collaboration. We are facing climate change. The next pandemic is probably not a question of if, but a question of when. Conflict is proliferating. AI raises many questions. There are lots of problems to tackle in our world, and we urgently need multilateral responses to these questions. And this is why I thought that looking back at the history of anti-terrorism negotiations might indeed offer a couple of lessons that are important to understand perhaps the complexity of the questions at stake, why we don't maybe see the results that we wish to see on many of these questions, but also perhaps to inform policymaking to some extent. The question is, of course, can these historical lessons indeed influence what is happening today, and what indeed are these lessons? So let me first say a couple of words about the structure. I'll first address some of the major challenges that negotiators face. Then I'll look at the solutions that I found to these challenges, and then I'll try to formulate some policy implications for today. Why choosing terrorism, anti-terrorism efforts, in fact, as a field of study and scrutiny for this topic? Well, there's an easy answer. It's the stuff I'm working on. I like that topic, so that's why I obviously chose it. But I think the other more serious response is, of course, that terrorism is indeed a very complex topic. There are no easy solutions to it. And it is a deeply divisive topic. There's no universal definition. In fact, even within states, you see often a variety of definitions of the phenomenon. It's a highly politicized topic. You know, there's the old saying that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, so there's a different perspective on the topic. It's shaped by ideology, strategy, sovereignty, power relations, and national interests. So all of these factors combine to shape the approach that was taken on the topic. And despite the complexity of it, international agreements have nevertheless materialized. So this is what I'm looking at, and see what we can learn from that. I'm a historian by training, and I think that there are valuable lessons that history can indeed offer. I think Mark Twain's purported saying that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, applies here. So that's never exactly the same situation, but there's still similarities that we can look at and see what they might offer in terms of lessons. And in fact, I think many of the diplomats that are negotiating now current efforts against climate change, global warming, against on trade, on migration, health diplomacy, all these topics, will probably see a lot of similarities with what I'm just about to say. So I think I'd like to think of this as a kind of applied history. So using history, but in order not just to understand the past, but in order to perhaps offer a couple of lessons for the present and the future as well. All right, with all of this out of the way, let me just address the first couple of issues, the key challenges that cooperation and anti-terrorism produced at the time. And the first one I alluded to already is the issue of how to actually define terrorism. Now, you will look desperately for an international definition by the United Nations or anybody, and you won't find one. So what I'll do, just to keep it a little bit neat and distinct for this presentation, is I'll come up with an academic definition of terrorism, which is the threat or use of violence by non-state actors to achieve political change, often through fear, aimed at a broader audience. So they're attacking someone, but they actually want to communicate beyond that group of people that they attack. And I think it's very important to distinguish terrorism from state terror. State terror is when agents of the state use violence against their own people in order to solidify and consolidate their power. So you'll see the dynamics are very different. If it's people challenging the state, or in fact the state with all its might and power using terror itself. And then there's state-sponsored terrorism, which is when a state basically uses agents to attack interests of foreign states or citizens abroad. International anti-terrorism negotiations dealt with non-state terror and state-sponsored terror. But there's not a lot it can, in fact, do against state terror, because ultimately international negotiations are led by states, and states are very reluctant to be told what to do. So if you're looking at anti-terrorism efforts, you won't see a lot that deals with state terror. The best way to deal with that is in the field of human rights law and these kind of topics. One of the key challenges that states faced was the diverging interests that they had. So the states had different experiences with terrorism, and they acted differently on terrorism as well. And especially where states were attacked by domestic actors, but also by international actors, this is when we see a strong interest in fostering international collaboration against terrorism. West Germany is a case I've studied extensively in the 1970s and 1980s, and I think it's very good case to show that, because they faced various terrorism groups domestically, the Red Army faction, for instance, but others as well. But they were at the same time attacked by international terrorism as well. You probably have heard of the Munich Olympics, 1972, when Israeli Palestinians took the, when Palestinian terrorists took the Israeli team hostage. But there were other hijackings and other cases as well. So Germany faced this kind of challenge on two fronts. So they became a key actor in fostering international cooperation against terrorism in various formats, be it multilateral, be it within organizations, be it in fact within the emerging European integration framework for these topics. Another case, of course, is the United States, which also, due to its global interest and reach, faced international terrorism on a serious change. So these were very active actors in the 1970s, 1980s on that topic, and both indeed fostered international cooperation on it. But there was also reluctance by other states to work on that topic. There was division, and the context matters a lot, of course. States that were not really exposed to terrorism were very indifferent to it. So why risk having your hands tied, which in fact every legal agreement ties the hands of the state to some extent, when you're not really concerned with the problem? Others were outright obstructive. Those that thought that some actors that were labeled terrorists by some might in fact be freedom fighters, or groups that legitimately challenged state actors or others, and they were very reluctant to instrument any kind of restrictions on these actions. And just a couple of cases of examples, the Palestinians were a case that was, I think, a very clear-cut example of states having very different views on it. The Arab states obviously favored the attacks and were trying hard not to restrict the means available to these groups. The Eastern world, the Soviet camp, was quite ambivalent, openly neutral, but in fact quite swayed towards the Palestinians. But SWAPO in South Africa is another example, I think, that we can mention in this context. So for these highly politicized topics, such as terrorism, the context matters, geopolitics matter, and the period I was looking at, the Cold War and decolonization, certainly shaped a lot of the views that materialized on this topic. Then there's strategic interest and in fact symbolism, or kind of communication, that shaped states as well, and that was a challenge for it. As I mentioned already, terrorism was tied to broader geopolitical topics. Some countries try to use taking a position on terrorism in order to woo certain countries. Again, I'm coming back to the Soviet Union and their allies here, which were quite openly doing that by taking a kind of benevolent stance on some of these issues in order to get some of these countries and groups to support their own case. But some even, we often blame the Global South or the Soviet camp for a kind of ambivalent stance on terrorism, but the West was just as guilty of that crime, if you like, as well. There's one example, for instance, where East Germans or other Eastern Europeans hijacked planes in order to escape their countries to fly to the West, which many Western states would normally consider an act of terrorism. It's fairly straight, clear cut. But the West Germans, where these planes normally landed, would not really deal with that as terrorism. They would deal with it as an ordinary crime at most. The people were tried, but often they escaped punishment. So the Germans, just one example of other states, were quite ambivalent as well. One of the major obstacles in international anti-terrorism negotiations, and in fact, I dare say, on any kind of these negotiations, even at the moment, is the issue of sovereignty. As I said already, states are very reluctant to have their hands tied. So anything that inflicts and in fact impedes on their sovereignty, on their freedom of action, is something they eye very critically. They fear binding commitments, and that would be a serious, probably the most serious challenge that any of these agreements face in actually coming to life. And let me give you one example that we're still faced with in some way today. It's a political offense exception. So that's a concept that was developed in the 19th century when all across Europe you had majority of non-democratic states, and then you had a few democratic states sprinkled around there. And the problem that they faced is that people that were political opponents in one country, say socialist or communist, for instance, would leave that country, go to another country. And the country they came from originally would demand their extradition, saying that these are political criminals, we want them back, we want to try them. And the political offense exception said that anybody accused of a political crime does not fall under extradition arrangements. So say Karl Marx fled from Germany to Britain, Britain would have no obligation to extradite him back to whatever German princedom he was coming from at the time. So this is a concept that had its reason and justification in the 19th century. But in fact, if you then look at anti-terrorism issues in the 1970s, it's still resurfaced. There were a couple of German lawyers for the Red Army faction that then allegedly, and I think it's proven now, involved in supporting the terrorists in prison through smuggling messages or other things into prison. They went to France, Germany demanded the extradition, and France denied the extradition, still based on the principle of political offense exception. There are other cases as well, but I just highlighted it as one that's quite interesting because obviously the Franco-German relationship is supposed to be a very close one, and even in that relationship, this problem still existed. But there are other cases across the world. If you look at Southern America, Latin America, for instance, the right to asylum is a very important value, and that's something that also put obstacles in the way of anti-terrorism negotiations. So let me just summarize the challenges quite briefly again. There was a definitional disagreement, sovereignty, the kind of geopolitical and political factors that shaped the environment in which these things were negotiated, the continuance of legal loopholes and concepts, and in fact, another big important issue that I think applies to other problems as well is mistrust. States do mistrust each other still, even very close friends. So now, having addressed the problems, let me turn towards the strategies that proved to be quite successful. One was that rather than dealing with the whole phenomenon of terrorism as such, which the United Nations, for instance, started doing in 1972, just after the Munich Olympics, a much more successful approach was actually to focus on specific issues. Say your biggest concern is hijackings, so develop a convention against hijackings. And in fact, the ICAO did develop quite a number of those quite quickly and successfully. If you're concerned about hostage taking, then focus on a convention dealing with this specific issue and try to remove it from the debates of terrorism as far as possible, so that you don't invoke many of the challenges that the specific word, and sometimes just the buzzword, creates. But if you look at more recent things, there's a financing of terrorism, which has become something that was successfully attended to. There's foreign terrorist fighters or terrorist foreign fighters. That is one of these issues. So basically, I think a very promising approach is to see what are the manifestations of terrorism you're most concerned with, and then try to deal with them by removing the T word from all of these negotiations as much as possible. The other thing that you then achieve is you're not necessarily having to look into the root causes of terrorism. And that, I think, was one of the big challenges as well. Are these facts and are these acts in fact legitimate? Are certain groups allowed to use political violence, for instance, to rid themselves of an occupying power in the context of decolonization? That was one of these emerging questions in the context of Namibia, for instance, but also Palestine, of course. And by focusing again on the kind of more technical sides, you can move that out of the discussion to some extent. And this was the approach that worked very well. If you're looking at the negotiations, sectoral, piecemeal negotiations, and agreements that materialized from the 1960s onwards, that's the biggest field, in fact, if you're looking at the international anti-terrorism regime. Closely linked to that is the role of technical, specialized international organizations. I mentioned the ICAO already, so the International Civil Aviation Organization, but also regional organizations played a very important role. And why is that? Why did they manage often to come up with conventions when the UN, for instance, failed? And the reason is, again, that it's a group of very specialized topics that they deal with, or often very like-minded countries that they combine. The Council of Europe, for instance, negotiated an anti-terrorism convention in 1970, or adopted it in 1976. And here you have a more like-minded group of countries with still lots of complexities, but much more like-minded than if you were to negotiate that at the United Nations, for instance. Again, international civil aviation is an example where something happened, but other organizations, for instance, on nuclear energy, safety of ABC material, they managed to come up with conventions as well, precisely because they could focus on the more technical aspects and kind of remove the more complex political issues around terrorism. And then they set often precedents that could over time spill over into other organizations, into other regions, or sometimes even inform some of the debates that happened at the United Nations. I think another important factor that helped breakthroughs in the past is the kind of ownership. So if you have one country that's very committed to negotiations, that pushes them, that uses its behind-the-scene leverage in order to see them through, that proved particularly fruitful. And one example that comes to mind, and I think a very good example of that, is West Germany throughout the 1970s, when they really took ownership of negotiations for the United Nations Anti-Hostage-Taking Convention that was adopted fairly quickly within 2 to 3 years of negotiation in 1979. But what Germany did, it really involved its whole machinery of diplomats across the world to lobby all the time any kind of nations that they considered perhaps not totally committed to the project, and offered lots of incentives. The other thing that they did well is lead core negotiations. So these negotiations took place under the auspices of the United Nations. But rather than involving all the countries in the sixth committee, I think, the legal committee that dealt with this topic, the Germans took out some of the biggest opponents of these efforts and met with them in distinct settings in order to convince them, because they knew that once they're convinced, it's much easier to then get the others on board as well. That worked quite well as well. And like I said, the convention was adopted in 1979. But why it worked for Germany, I think, and that's the concept of the kind of honest broker I want to introduce here, is that it was a country that had more credible claim to promote, I don't want to say selfless interest, because I think ultimately every state has an interest, but they had perhaps less of an agenda than other countries. Had the United Nations, had the United States, for instance, pushed it. I think just the controversies that the United States arose around the world would have pushed back on that already. I think had France pushed that, some countries in Africa or elsewhere might have pushed back stronger because of the stronger colonial legacy of France. So Germany, despite having a colonial history, which the Germans have been quite successfully playing down for a long time, it was considered a less neo-colonial, if you like, country to pursue that. So that worked quite well. It worked in getting the support from Global South partners to that. The flip side to the coin is, of course, that Germany had a very big opponent in the form of East Germany. And everything that West Germany did, East Germany had to oppose by default. So they tried to resist, but ultimately, I think the benefits of Germany's overall quite positive reputation at the time, probably coupled with its quite potent checkbooks that it had available, outweigh the differences or the problems that East Germany could have caused. I think another solution, and I think that is kind of a keystone of diplomacy, whether we like it or not, is a quid pro quo diplomacy. So you offer something and then you get something in return. So that happened quite a lot on very unrelated topics. So in order to get states, for instance, to agree to the hostage-taking convention, they offered concessions on trade, for instance, or on completely different topics. And again, that coupled with the core group negotiations, where these negotiations happened off the limelight, where countries could actually explore what are your actual interests, what are the compromises we could achieve, where countries could make concessions without immediately being broadcast out and perhaps leading to resistance domestically. This was a very important topic. There's a role of non-state actors, not as pronounced as the 70s, perhaps as today, but they matter, and I think they will matter more. I discuss that perhaps in the Q&A session if you like, because I want to focus on one other very important thing, and that's the legal compromise that took the form of the aut dedere aut judicare clause, or the either to extradite or to try. And that helped dealing with the problem of sovereignty. If a state did not want to extradite someone to a different country for a variety of reasons, they didn't have to extradite that person, but they still had to try them. And that ensured that someone who committed a crime faced prosecution, and there were no more loopholes and no more safe havens for that. Finally, there doesn't always have to be a treaty. Sometimes the best way to deal with terrorism is to actually foster practical or pragmatic cooperation. The Europeans did that quite well, to some extent at least in the 1970s, when they negotiated a convention, but at the same time they set up a working group on terrorism, the Trevi group. And that worked quite well on some aspects, such as hot pursuit and others. So sometimes actually hands-down approaches work better. So what then, let me turn to the last part of my presentation very quickly, are the policy implications for negotiations today. I think one is the core groups concept, I think, is very important. Get the biggest opponents and supporters together and see what they can come up with, and then use that as a basis for further negotiations. It reduces grandstanding, it allows for deeper, more meaningful compromises, and might foster that. I think, again, having credible, neutral brokers lead these processes is important, as is the idea to kind of spill over from smaller to then bigger achievements. And allowing some legal flexibility, and don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We all want the best convention to deal with climate change, but sometimes it might be better to start with smaller groups and see where it leads to. And I think one point, again, because it is so important nowadays, is the role of civil society. They can offer expertise that sometimes governments and diplomats don't have, especially in times of budget cuts. This is very important. They can offer good offices where these negotiations can take place, off the limelight, but also they can ensure that there's public support for some of these measures. So in conclusion, let me just say that hopefully I convinced you that sometimes there is a use in studying history in order to foster, to address some of the questions that we're facing today. Terrorism is a complex topic, was a complex topic, just as many others, but there's still achievements possible. Sectoral focuses, piecemeal approaches, core groups, ownership, and compromise formulas are the best way forward. And I think these might offer some lessons that we can use in order to address climate change, pandemics, or many of the other issues I'm sure we will be facing over the future. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Well, today I'm going to present a paper based off my most recent research dealing with preemptive negotiation, how and why Western states dealt with terrorists, and I'm going to present today the Italian case. So actually, it seems that it doesn't work. It's not working. Must happen, you know, at least once during a conference. Okay, so I'm focusing on a peculiar case of terrorism, that is to say international Middle East terrorism. Obviously, we must devote, you know, at least half an hour to discuss on the topic of terrorism and how we conceive terrorism. I'm just spending a couple of words on that, saying that actually I'm focusing on the so-called second wave according to David Rappaport theory, so the so-called new left wave, during which a political nationalist terrorism emerged from the late 60s. So basically, the first attack was in July 1968 until the 90s, with a particular emphasis on its manifestation in the Middle East. So this period somehow represented a significant phase of international terrorism, the so-called publicity terrorism, as it was marked by a complex interplay of political ideologies, national inspirations, and regional conflicts. So actually, To a certain extent, we can say that the emergence of Middle East terrorism represents a distinct and transformative phenomenon. In fact, unlike the ideological and geopolitical tensions of the Cold War, so the bipolar world, which were so largely defined by the East-West divide, this new wave of terrorism reflects the evolving dynamics of the global North-South divide. So what were the key characteristics of this new wave of terrorism? These include basically a low intensity nature. So actually the number of attacks was considerable, but the death toll was relatively low. Only 14 attacks, just to give you an example, recorded more than 100 fatalities. It was also characterized by notable incidents, let's say, for example, the Lockerbie bombing in 1988 that stands out as the most severe attack with approximately 300 victims. But also, high-level terrorist attack that just resulted in a single fatality, but struck the public opinion, such as, for example, the terrorist attack against the synagogue in Rome in October 1982. And last but not least, the transnational scope. So actually the operations developed by Middle East attacks and terrorists target various European countries, underscoring so the cross-border nature of this wave. This is actually a graph that I elaborated with a colleague of mine, trying to implement archive sources and to create, a development of the terrorist threat and the victims of terrorism. So considering the low intensity of the phenomenon as evidenced by the data presented in the graph, it is important to note that Italy, as you may see from the two rows, experienced Middle Eastern terrorist attacks between 1968 and 1973, and again from 1982 onwards. So notably, no terrorist attacks occurred on the Italian soil between 1973 and 1981. So actually the question is, why did it happen? So why other European countries, such as, for example, France, but also the United Kingdom and the German Federal Republic, did experience this kind of terrorist attack, and why Italy did not? So to answer to this question, I must refer to the counter-terrorist policies developed during this period. Actually, as you probably remember, there was a catalyst event that was Munich 1972, so the attack on the Olympic Games in Munich. This attack served as a kind of catalyst for governments to recognize and address the evolving threat of international terrorism, and particularly that regarded Middle Eastern actors. So the events in the early 1970s, and also Professor Blumenau stated before, prompt significant advancement in different fields, such as, for example, counter-terrorist measures, intergovernmental cooperation, and, for example, aviation security protocols. So each country's, European countries also work together to combat terrorism through shared intelligence and unified responses to crises, as for example, the existence of the so-called Club of the Security Services, or Club of Bern, and the Trevi Network witnessed at that time. However, we must also say that in the most part of the cases, European states showed different and sometimes diverging national politics and policies. So geopolitical dynamics also fueled competition among states in order to establish favorable relationship with rogue state suspected of supporting terrorism. So this balancing act highlighted the complex intersection of counterterrorism and international diplomacy. So as you may see, we have different attempts of cooperation, but also a growing competition. With this regard, what was the specificity of the Italian case? First of all, Italy is a very interesting study case because the country experienced three different forms of terrorism, three distinct forms of terrorism, each driven by unique ideological and operational motivations. So here we see on the left side, Piazza Fontana massacre, so right-wing terrorism. On the right side, Aldo Moro's murder by the Red Brigades, so left-wing terrorism. And in the center, you find a terrorist attack developed by Middle Eastern terrorists in the early 80s. So actually, Italy became quite soon a battleground for Middle Eastern terrorist attacks on both sides. So actually, it was affected by Mossad target operations and large-scale massacres on the other side carried out by Middle Eastern terrorist groups. So the most severe attacks were actually in 1973 and 1985, resulting in about 30 deaths and 13, respectively, fatalities, and approximately 100 injuries for each terrorist attack. So given the fact that Italy was involved since the very first moment, since 1968, in the development of terrorist attacks by Middle Eastern terrorists, the Italian state, along with other European countries, began to develop the notion that it was necessary to negotiate an agreement with terrorist organizations. We can see here a quotation from the secret memo from the Ministry of the Interior, at that time Mariano Rumor, saying that we are developing confidential and unofficial talks with the heads of various well-known organizations in accordance with our interest regarding terrorist activities at the international level. So that's the starting point of the path of the preemptive negotiation. So this shift in perspective actually aligned with the political efforts by Yasser Arafat, who was, the leader of Fatah, the most important organization within the umbrella organization of the Palestine Liberation Organization, that is to say the PLO, who sought, after the Munich massacre, political recognition on the international stage. So in this context, Fatah proposed a strategic arrangement to European states and to Italy in particular. So in exchange for political support and spatial soft treatment for Palestinian terrorists, the European countries, namely Italy, would receive assurances regarding the security on their national territories. That can be proved in several cases throughout the 70s and in the 80s, but I'd just like to, to mention a couple of cases. So the first one is the Ostia terrorist weapons deal that occurred in September 1973, when actually a significant operation led by the Italian intelligence and the Israeli Mossad agents uncovered a cache of Soviet-made missiles launchers, which had been smuggled into Italy for the use by Palestinian terrorist groups. So with that regard, Italian authorities arrested 5 Palestinian terrorists. Following the arrest, archived documents proved that the process of negotiation commenced, revealing the involvement of several Italian ministries in a policy of what I called, using a category of the Second World War, appeasement towards Palestinian terrorists. So the negotiation process was facilitated by the PLO, but at the same time, Libya and Iraq intervened in multiple occasions to secure the release of the terrorists. That actually happened in October 1973, and the terrorists were then welcomed on the Libyan soil. So what does the Ostia case tell us about the possibility of a preemptive negotiation? So first of all, The case show without no doubt the importance of the PLO diplomacy. The PLO and Arafat in particular acted as a mediator in the negotiations, although we must say that its connections with the arrested terrorists remain quite unclear. However, this is important because it was emblematic of the PLO broader approach to the use of terrorism in Europe. So the PLO basically provided assurances to the Italian government that if the terrorists were released, no further terrorist actions would be attempted on the Italian soil. And this is clearly stated in archive documents. Second element, we have a growing importance of the function and the role played by the states. So the Ostia case highlighted the involvement of states in the so-called diplomacy of terror. Western European countries from that moment onwards became increasingly aware of the role played by Libya and Iraq as a country integral to the terrorist strategy pursued by certain PLO factions. Third element, the strategies for addressing risk associated with terrorist activities. So actually, from archived documents, we know that in 1973, when the Ostia case occurred, the LODO, so the agreement between the PLO and the Italian state, was already operative. Actually, the point was that ineffective at that stage. So the PLO continued to make promises regarding the application of the agreement itself, but the application of the agreement seems to be quite ineffective. And last point, the multi-paternity of the LODO, so the idea that, so the agreement that has been, portrayed as the outcome of the will of the, at that time, Foreign Minister Aldo Moro, was actually not true. So actually we have the involvement of several Italian institutions in the establishment of this kind of agreement, starting from the President of the Republic through the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and many other Italian institutions. What happened then was that even if the PLO promised that the Italian soil wouldn't be again under attack, Italy was attacked once more. 1973, 17th of December, the Fiumicino airport was bombed, 34 persons died and more than 100 were injured. So actually, the question is, if the agreement was operative, as we show at that time, the question arises as to why Italy was attacked in December 1973. Again, the answer, it is very complicated, but I try to, to make it very simple. The fact is that the agreement was developed with the PLO, but not with the state that supported international terrorism. So the failure of the agreement between the PLO and the Italian state can be attributed, the most at least, by the role played by various Arab states, namely Libya and Iraq, which provided actually support, financial, logistical, political support to Palestinian fringes engaged in violent actions. So know that, so the Italian state was aware of the fact that Libya and Iraq were involved in the massacre of Fiumicino. The Italian response was, very complex, we can say. So actually, Italy accepted the development of a special relationship with Jalloud, the foreign minister in Libya, and Taka, the foreign minister in Iraq. trying to overcome the massacre that actually occurred and try to develop a dialogue, a privileged dialogue with these two countries, trying to develop a kind of preemptive negotiation. So in January 1974, after a very few weeks from the terrorist attacks, Jalud and Taka were welcome in Italy. The Brits actually commented, the Italians are ready to roll out the red carpet to Libyans and Iraqi representatives. And actually they were welcomed by the highest representative of the Italian state, that is to say, Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, the Italian ambassador, obviously, and also the Ministry of Industry and the President of the Italian Republic. So actually, the Italian government stance was grounded in a political conviction that was focusing on the safeguarding of Italian stability and security, not only in response to terrorist threat, but also in the broader terms of national security and international interest. With this regard, the idea was that Italy must express leader interest in addressing controversial issues, I'm quoting, such as, for example, the Libyan involvement in terrorist activities, such as, for example, the Fiumicino massacre that occurred just 3 weeks before. So what was the law, or what was this agreement? It was actually a policy in theory that developed according to 3 key variables. So the evolution of the terrorist threat, the continuous redefinition of the key interlocutors, that is to say, the PLO, some fringes of the PLO, but also some states that were involved in the strategy of terror, and the transforming nature of the international context. Was the Laudo, so was this agreement an Italian specificity? It was not at all. Obviously, we have, still to work on the subject, I guess, but to a certain extent, we can say that we found some hints dealing with a possible negotiation, a possible preemptive negotiation in France, for sure, because I found them, but also in other countries, such as, for example, Austria, Switzerland, and to a lesser extent, the German Federal Republic. And very last point, so I try to elaborate a kind of tentative model. We can say historians are not confident with models and they don't like model that much. But however, I think that it was useful somehow to develop a kind of model dealing with preemptive negotiation. How this preventive negotiation works in Italy, and maybe, and that's a question, an open question, this model could work also in other European cases. So the policy of preemptive negotiation can be understood as a strategic approach by which a state seeks to prevent further terrorist attacks by engaging with the groups or states responsible for prior attacks. So the process involves several stages. First, we have a terrorist attack or a permanent threat. So, the launching of several threats against a state. This sets the stage for the state to evaluate its response options. So in response, the target state conducts an investigation to identify the perpetrators and or the instigators of the attack and try to assess the available options for retaliation or resolutions, which includes obviously a set of different actions, including police actions, military intervention, intelligence operations, sanction, or also legal prosecution. Once that it has evaluated these options, the state determines that some responses are either unfeasible, prohibitively costly, for example, or simply unlikely to succeed. This evaluation so leads to a more pragmatic consideration of alternative approaches. So with the rational assessment of political opportunities, the state may choose to pursue a relationship of cooperation with the movement or state held responsible for the attack. So the cooperation, as far as we know from archive sources, could take various forms, including, for example, arms sales, trade agreements, infrastructure cooperation, but also, political recognition, that was in the case of the PLO, support for foreign policy position, or simply a more tolerant stance towards extremists operating within its territory. So as you may understand, the agreement is much more wide, than simply a soft treatment of terrorists. I'm concluding. So actually, through this cooperation, the target state aims to secure assurances that its territory will be safe from future attacks. So the state seeks to prevent further acts of terrorism by formalizing an agreement, thereby safeguarding both its citizens and national security. The point is that, so this approach can effectively maintain stability and security until, however, another state or another group uses terrorism to disrupt the situation. So in this case, despite, and that's what occurred with Fiumicino 1973, despite the existing agreement, the target state may find itself vulnerable to renewed violence due to a change of the actors involved. And this led, obviously, to a new agreement with a new actor. So in response to the new threat, there could be an agreement with new actors, such as states or other organizations. And this obviously creates a cyclical pattern where the state continuously engages with shifting actors in an attempt to maintain security, thus perpetuating what I call the policy of preemptive negotiation. So finishing, and trying to draw some conclusion, we can argue that the policy of preemptive negotiation involves a calculated trade-off between short-term security gains and the long-term risk of accommodating groups or also states that may later change their tactics, leading to the need for continuous adaptation of diplomatic strategies. And I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Lomellini, thank you. I was delighted to hear a historian talk about models, but that's very good to me, of course. But without further ado, Professor Dessberg, you need to... Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Thank you to organization of IPSe, and it's always a pleasure to part of it. Okay, it's always a pleasure to be part of it, and I particularly thanks Valentine Lomellini, and who invited me at the first online, and since we are always working together. So, this is about security architecture. Architecture is the art of designing and building, so we are talking about building a security structure. What we are now used to call the European security architecture
has its origins in the disarmament projects of the European continent in the 1950s. That means at the height of the East-West confrontation. It took shape a long time ago, and it lasted later with the final act of the Helsinki Conference that was approved in August 1975. However, if the CSCE, the conference, became the frame of the organization of the European security system, it was only a part of what we call European security architecture. The notion is often associated with NATO and the EU as institutional embodiments of the liberal political order, especially since the end of the Cold War and the enlargement of NATO and the EU. Therefore, the European security architecture is often featured as a combination of elements such as states, organizations, alliances, regional institutions, but also arms control mechanisms and securitization practices. The expression is back in the media spotlight at times of rupture, as in 1990 or in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea, or of course, 2022, with Russia's failed full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We must find a new European security architecture, is what we can hear and read everywhere now. A historical perspective should help us, maybe, because everything is changing every day, as what Ottavia said this morning. Well, it should help us to understand how and why, to varying degrees, the relationship between Russia and the Western states and the Euro-American relations as well remain so difficult. So the historical perspective, we would have to go back to the beginnings of the doctrine of peaceful existence in 1954-55 to find the first proposals aimed at ensuring a system of security system in Europe. Fearing the creation of the European defense community at the time and of German rearmament too, the USSR, via Molotov, the Soviet foreign minister, proposed a collective security treaty for Europe. It excluded NATO and the future European defense community from the system, and it was rejected for that, certainly. In November of the same year, the French Prime Minister, Pierre Mendès-France, proposed a European arms control and limitation agreement. His call also went unanswered, as did Poland's 1964 proposal to organize a pan-European security conference. The latter was intended to secure recognition of the 1945 borders and the legitimacy of the political regimes in Central and Eastern Europe. These objectives, these Soviet objectives, were achieved with the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe in 1975. The framework of the new security was drawn up based on three themes you certainly know that were under negotiation: political and security issues, economic issues, and human rights. This conference was the result of the détente. It was based on the well-known 10 principles of international law. You can read them, I won't do it, but these legal foundations show that security is not just political and military issues. And of course, we may well ask whether these principles are respected today, and I can get that the response is negative. European security thus stemmed from East-West relations without putting an end to the Cold War, but the 1975 conference was to be the linchpin of the post-Cold War security system in Europe. At the end of the 1980s, American-Soviet negotiation led to a real reduction in nuclear weapons with the INF Treaty in 1987 and START in 1991. In November 1990, the Paris Charter for the New Europe brought together 22 representatives from NATO and the Warsaw Pact member states, ushering in, as it was written on the Charter, a new era of democracy, peace, and unity. It followed the Helsinki principles, promoted cooperation in all fields, and the principles of liberal democracy became, once and for all, the international legal standard. A treaty on the conventional armed forces in Europe was signed, aiming at the reduction of weapons in order to strike a balance between the two blocs that still existed for the moment. It was the cornerstone of the new European military order over the continent. A new Helsinki conference held in 1992 confirmed the role of the CSCE. And it evolved in the 90s, like you certainly know. It was a period of deepening of the ties inside NATO and of development of partnerships, not only with the United States, but also with the big Eastern neighbors of the European Union, including Russia. At the time of German reunification, what did the leaders want? They had several options. The Soviets wished a new pan-European structure instead of NATO and the Warsaw Pact. And German diplomacy supported the idea. The French, with François Mitterrand, have their own idea of a pan-European security structure. And the American Secretary of State, James Baker, initially talked about German unification against not enlarging NATO. It was only a phrase, but it later fueled Russian resentment against NATO enlargement. In fact, the Helsinki Principle, according to which each country could freely choose its own military alliance, prevailed. East Germany was included in NATO, and it paved the way for NATO enlargement to include Central European countries. Security architecture was related to legally binding guarantees on NATO expansions and on the stationing of troops in the Central and Eastern European member states, forcing their effective demilitarization, but the situation evolved quickly. NATO enlargement was mainly the desire of all the Central Eastern countries of clearing away the Soviet legacy. The existing European structures, the Western European Union, that was in charge of the military issues for the European Union, and the CSCE could not provide the same guarantee of security as NATO. In fact, the US administration, the Clinton's administration, defined NATO's enlargement in relation to Russia, a still unstable country at this time. The Partnership for Peace, open to the Central and Eastern European countries, including Russia, could be a compromise. Military cooperation without compulsory NATO membership, but President Yeltsin realized that Russia would not have a peer status with the USA. This has increased Russia's distrust of NATO. Moreover, soon after the Partnership for Peace adoption in 1944, the Central European states hurried to join NATO. The new security architecture supposed submission to new common standards and new institutions on behalf of these countries. The European Union was a guarantee for economic resources and political legitimacy. NATO was a guarantee for safety, and UNO was a guarantee for the human rights and the rights for minorities. As for OSCE, it was a forum in which the Central Europeans had to be involved. The problem is that Russia had become an indispensable partner of the Western countries, and during the 2000s and 2010s, NATO had to face threats on its cohesion, and it lasted until the very recent years when the Russian threat began to become more precise with the new concept of hybrid war. The security architecture was also conceived only at a strategic level, with initiatives such as the Stability Pact, 1991 Stability Pact, corporations like the Good Neighbor Policy, Partnership for Peace, as I said, and a dialogue between NATO and Russia. At the time, since the early 90s, the EU has been encouraged to take responsibility for its own defense. The real impetus came with the establishment, albeit mostly on paper, of the European security and defense identity, a European pillar inside NATO. The 1998 Saint-Malo French-British Conference was the starting point, followed by other European meetings and treaties. For the French, having European capacity for autonomous action with credible forces in order to launch interventions in the Balkan crisis could be the way to make impossible the strategic autonomy already described in the French 1994 White Book on Defense, but here at a European level. For the British, a common European defense was a possibility to develop military capacities using NATO means. The complementary way in which EU and NATO operate has, however, been a source of dissension. For a long time, NATO member states remained reluctant to the idea of strategic autonomy until the USA announced disengagement from Europe and once again asked Europeans to assume responsibility for their defense costs from Obama first to Trump number 2. By the mid-2000s, the time for cooperation had gradually come to an end, and the episodes are well known. I won't repeat them here. Of course, enlargement of NATO in 1999 and later. The 2008 Bucharest NATO summit gave the possibility to Ukraine and Georgia to join the alliance. It was a compromise, in fact, that only gave a perspective of joining the alliance. But the consequence was the Russia invasion of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. The European security architecture was only lessened. The agony must have been slow. Another example of this decade deals with arms control, an element of security architecture, through the Vienna document. The Vienna document on confidence and security building measures. It was a political agreement, not a treaty. It was adopted in 1990 and reissued several times in 92, 94, 99, and even 2011. This document was designed to increase transparency on military activities in Europe, military exercises, for instance. It helped to transform the CSCE into OSCE in 1995. But in 2016, Moscow refused to reissue an updated version of the Vienna document. Western states had declined Russian proposals of modification because they were perceived as a way for Moscow to constrain NATO activities and to acquire information without giving in reciprocity. So the mistrust was increasing. So the question is now, what security architecture with or without Russia? Russia shattered OSCE principles by attacking Ukraine, and experts are now divided about this organization. Some of them are questioning OSCE's usefulness, when others focus on the fact that it remains the only channel for dialogue. But in 22, the OSCE became paralyzed as the UN Security Council. And in fact, Russia had become the main threat in the Euro-Atlantic area. It led to further strengthening of the eastern flank that started as early as 2016. Since OSCE is not effective anymore, the experts generally think now that there is a possibility with a new organization called the European Political Community. It could be a solution of replacement without Russia and Belarus. In fact, the OSCE without its non-European elements. It's rather a French initiative. We're calling François Mitterrand's idea of the 1990s. And it has brought 44 countries together. But is it a lasting format? It is dubious, in fact. So, what are the perspectives now? Can we imagine a future format for security in Europe? The deployment of European military forces in Ukraine has been announced last week in Paris. It was already planned on the Ukrainian side to ensure the long-term security of the country and the whole of Eastern Europe. But such a deployment would only be possible once the conflict was truly over. This would involve not only a deterrent deployment of troops, but also a deployment of air and naval forces, certainly with NATO support. It would aim at setting up a new European system integrating Ukraine. This could form the basis of a new format for cooperation between Europe, armed forces, and NATO. The problem is, as you know, that Russia doesn't want it because it sees any Western military presence in the former Soviet Union as a threat. On the Russian side, it's an interesting question. What do the Russians think? What do they want? On their side, up until Trump's election, the Russian analysis was that aggressive NATO was growing stronger behind the USA, while Europe was weakening. The Russian foreign policy concept, published in 2023, stigmatized above all the USA and the UK. But the surprise came from the USA. Now, peaceful coexistence during the Cold War in the 70s and 80s could be a satisfactory model after the war in Ukraine from a Russian point of view. So what security architecture in the context of the outcome of the war in Ukraine, in a divided or not Ukraine, and in the perspective of no pan-European cooperation before long, in the perspective of discontinuation of the US involvement in Europe too, and in the perspective of increasing of the European defense capacities. Experts have made scenarios and a study has been done by the European Parliamentary Research Service last month. I know that historians are not confident in scenario, neither, not more than in models, and these scenarios will certainly never happen. But I give it them. It's a professional concern. The first one is antagonism between West and East. That means China and Russia. So a European pillar in a US-led NATO. It's difficult to say. The second one is a kind of European NATO, Anglo-French NATO led France and Great Britain leading NATO with a European pillar. Why France and Great Britain? Is it only because they are nuclear powers and have the biggest armies? We should ask the Germans and the Poles what they think about it. The third, EU Defense Union. That means a political federal union, we shall see. The fourth, the failure of the peace talks, and we cannot imagine what will happen. And the fifth, maybe the most credible, what the Russians want. That means a cooperative coexistence or peaceful coexistence with disarmament and stability, but only if the peace talks succeed. And Ukraine remains neutral in or out the European Union. And the war in Ukraine will certainly lead to a new European divide. Stabilization norms would be found, but certainly not a new European security architecture. That's what I think, but I can be wrong, of course. So, as a conclusion, over the last 30 years, the story of the attempt to build a sustainable security architecture in Europe seems to have gone from collapse or collapses to the search of a myth. Russia's increasingly hostile policy towards NATO and the European Union and the Russian-Ukrainian conflict since 2014, but more specifically since 2022, have shattered a fragile security system that could only be envisaged in partnership with Russia. Particularly since 2000, geopolitical realities have been a shift from the hegemony of NATO and the European Union to the emergence of new players and providers of security in Europe, notably states such as Poland and certainly in the next future, Germany. During this period, the member countries of these organizations have been reluctant to imagine a new security architecture in Europe, to the point where they must urgently consider a system that excludes Russia and in which the traditional ally and guarantor, the USA, stands at distance. The European security architecture must be built on even more forceful commitment to the rules-based international order and the respective norms and principles. The international rules-based order has to remain the backbone of a comprehensive new European security architecture, but is it still possible when the main big powers do not believe in the rules anymore? I'm afraid not. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, see models and scenarios, I'm even more optimistic about our connections. Thank you. So first, please, Professor Ilaria Moroni, please come here. We have a discussant, so we have time for this discussion while we expect news about Marco Minniti's presence. He's clearly been delayed. We'll see what happens. We'll expect news from him. But this is to say we also have more time at the moment for both the discussion, let's say 15 minutes, all right with you? But also, I hope after the discussion that the public can also ask questions and we can have a little debate. Thank you, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It is both a pleasure and an honor to serve as a discussant for this rich and timely panel, which brings together three contributions that, although diverse in empirical focus and methodological design, they converge on a common concern, the resilience or perhaps the reinvention of international cooperation in a world marked by volatility, fragmentation, distrust, and shifting hegemonies, as our chair mentioned in the beginning of the panel. So we are in front of 3 intellectual stimulating presentations and also methodological robust confrontation. And you should pay attention to the way in which methodology is employed in order to reach some models, explanations, or scenarios. Each of them tackles a different complex dimension of international politics, from microdynamics of diplomatic negotiations in anti-terrorist frameworks to the interplay between raison d'etat and political violence during the Cold War, and to the long arch of security, the security architecture in the European continent. And as I will argue, these papers are not only analytical valuable, but also politically urgent, especially in the light of current geopolitical evolutions. So let me now turn to each of the contributions, trying to offer a few reflections and hopefully some constructive provocations for further discussions. The first presentation provides a compelling analysis of multilateral counter-terrorist negotiations from the post-war period to present, and proposes a bold and yet persuasive claim that the procedural and structural tools developed in this domain, like sectoral approaches, honest brokers, depoliticized forums, might serve an heuristic model for tackling other global challenges like climate change, maybe pandemics. So we have to appreciate the ability to distill from a seemingly niche subfield, international counterterrorism law, and to project them into a broader canvas of global governance. So the historical depth is well managed, and the reference to key legal principles are particularly well chosen. And this opens further questions on the conditions under which such an analogy between policy domain might be sustained, might happen. What distinguishes terrorism for, let's say, climate governance is that the former allows plausible deniability, shifting of blame, or asymmetrical moral frameworks. So can the same procedural strategies truly function in other domains, in domains where the actors are more heterogeneous and incentives for cooperation are less immediately reciprocal? Moreover, if we want to add another question, while the emphasis on depoliticized forums is important, we could question whether depolitization is possible or even desirable in the present international system, in an age where, when civil society actors are increasingly contesting the legitimacy of elite-driven negotiations. So how can democratic accountability be ensured without compromising the procedural flexibility the paper proposes? Passing to the second presentation, preemptive negotiations, how Western states dealt with the terrorists. We are in front of a historical reconstruction based on impressive archival research that sheds light on the informal agreements between European governments and Palestinian militant organizations. So by introducing the concept of preemptive negotiation, Professor Lomellini offers a powerful framework to understand a paradoxical posture. A state's proactive engagement with terrorist actors, not in the aftermath of an attack, as it usually happens, but to avoid them preemptively. So this is why the contribution is original. It is methodologically rigorous, and it is also politically sensitive, because it challenges the moral clarity which is often assumed in counterterrorism, in the narratives, and it highlights the pragmatic logic underlying state behavior. The use of case material on Italy is particularly effective in revealing the layered and also ambiguous nature of decision-making, of state decision-making. And what I found particularly interesting is the fact that the authors' suggestions that these secret deals were not just isolated incidents, but were rather part of a broader informal system, which was shaped by the fear of attacks and also by the desire to maintain diplomatic relationship with specific actors in the Middle East. So this raises many questions that could be approached maybe in the Q&A session and that we might explore together. For example, how do we judge such activities today? How do we judge such practices today? Or can this kind of logic still be found in counter-terrorism strategies, or trying to go on an even broader framework? What happens when the public discovers these arrangements? What is the attitude of the public towards this kind of arrangements? Passing to the third presentation, the architecture of security in Europe since the end of the Cold War, which is a very complex topic. We are in front of a paper that offers a panoramic and yet incisive overview of Europe's order from the 50s to present days. And it has a particular focus on the tectonic rupture that was triggered by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So the author manages to contextualize the failure of post-Cold War cooperative security, not only as a result of the recent aggression, but as a culmination of decades of strategic ambiguity, institutional reluctance, and why not shifting hegemonies. So the concept of architecture is deployed here both from a metaphorically and an analytically perspective, as it suggests the need for structure, for design, for load-bearing capacity, but it also suggests the idea of fatigue, of possible negative consequences. So in this context, the emphasis on Poland and on other Eastern European states as possible providers of security or as new providers of security is a welcome corrective in the traditional West European understanding of security studies. And what we have to appreciate is the clarity with which the paper underlines a difficult truth, mostly for Europeans. The fact that Europeans have long avoided a serious debate on collective defense, hoping that American support or an eventual Russian cooperation will always be there. But now we are in front of difficult times, not only interesting times, and the Europeans must build something more robust and maybe more realistic. So for students, this is a good opportunity to understand that security is not only about armies, alliances, or threats. It is also about institutions, values, and also long-term commitments, long-term strategies. And it would be interesting to understand if in this present context, the measures that were adopted by NATO in 2016, the enhanced forward presence in Poland and the Baltics, and the tailored presence in Romania and Bulgaria are enough, or if new measures have to be invented, adopted to respond to the current level of threats. So trying to draw some conclusions after analyzing these three presentations, we could say that they offer sobering but intellectually rich reflection on the fragility, but also on the contingency of international cooperation. So they force us to consider diplomacy not only as a rationally ordered process, but rather as a practice of negotiation, compromise, and at times moral ambiguity. And they also remind us that institutions are not eternal. They are not something given that exists in the international system. They are living organisms. They are subject to decay. They are subject to rupture and to reinvention. So in this sense, the panel as a whole gestures toward a deeper question. Can we still talk about order in international relations, or should we begin to think in terms of orders, plural? And maybe these orders are overlapping and sometimes incommensurable. So thank you for your attention, and hopefully the Q&A session will respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would say that maybe if our speakers could answer now and leaving Professor Valentine Lomellini last, because she had to leave, but will be with us shortly. Thanks. And I think we can have a few questions from the public as well, maybe later. Okay. Please, and I will proceed in the order presentation.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Octavia, for these comments. Maybe let me address your last point first on orders. I'm afraid we might be heading that direction. I don't think it's good news for any of the topics I've been talking about. I can't imagine. I mean, negotiating on climate change, for instance, is difficult enough in the kind of one order we still have at the moment. If you then imagine several orders negotiating that global problem, it will make things even more complicated. Of course, I think that there's something in that ties to my presentation as well. Certain things can be done on a regional level, for instance, or on a technical level, but I think tackling the overall problem will be nearly impossible, I think, if we don't have a kind of global order that tackles that problem as such. The same, for instance, for AI. I don't really know if that is something that can be tackled separately or if that is something that needs a global response. And pandemics, while sometimes maybe there's a way to tackle it in specific regions or orders, you know how it is with global travel nowadays. It easily spills over into other regions, and not even travel. If you look at bird flu, I mean, it doesn't need planes to travel. So there are ways that will make it even more difficult, I think. As for your comments, and I fully agree. It's not possible to transcribe one-to-one from anti-terrorism negotiations into other topics. There are way too many things different occasionally. But I think overall the kind of common denominators are still large enough to take some lessons out of that. And you've mentioned incentives for terrorism, obviously, and I can link that with exposure as well. Obviously, some states were more exposed than others. Some had other incentives than others. But I think we see the same, for instance, when it came to AI, for instance, again, at some countries, and I don't want to look at any specific big country in East Asia, that might have a very specific interest in perhaps not enforcing any rules on the topic, seeing how they're just having their own company quite successfully emerge on that topic. So incentives differ on that as well, but maybe in other fields than it did on the anti-terrorism issue. The one thing you mentioned on depoliticizing issues, if that's possible and in fact wanted on the issue of climate change, for instance, I think that's a very good one. And I think my answer is an unreserved yes. We actually do want to depoliticize climate change in order to be able to tackle it. Because if you look, for instance, at the new American administration, obviously there's a lot of polemics and posturing, in fact, around the issue of climate change, you know, bringing into the war on wokeism, whatever that's supposed to mean. And I think that's exactly the opposite direction of where we want things to go. I understand we obviously want some politicization or to have public pressure to move on with things. But I think actually removing it from the polemics, moving it into specific discussions about countries' positions as well. I mean, I still hope, and I might be naive in thinking that even the American administration has some pragmatic interests that, you know, you can find out and that you can hopefully involve in these negotiations. It's probably not a very nice negotiation, I imagine, and it's maybe not one that we are particularly happy about, but I think seeing the role of the US as one of its biggest contributors historically, but also presently to climate change, for instance, it is a position that we'll have to assume, because any deal without China, the US will likely not lead to the kind of results we need in order to tackle the problem. So I think depoliticizing is important in order to find out what the actual interests are, what the problems are, in order to see how they can be aligned and how they can be moved on. Is it the solution I want to see? No, I'd rather see a big framework in which we can tackle it right away. I just think pragmatically enough, and certainly in the world after the 20th of January this year, this is not very likely. So we'll have to make do, unfortunately, with what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, Professor Dessberg, I'll give you the floor. Just one word, if I may add, one word about depoliticization, because I think it's a very sensitive point, one of the many. I think, is it likely or unlikely, more or less likely, that such a procedure, such a démarche can be taken over in different contexts? So that was the point. I think one factor in making this more or less likely will be contingent upon the developing awareness that there are collective goods and collective evils involved that various actors can or cannot escape. Now, I think this, to me, this makes a difference, among other factors, of course. But for example, that makes a difference to me between the pandemics. I mean, in the pandemics case, the COVID pandemic showed, I think, that it is extremely difficult, extremely unlikely that someone can be a free rider in that. Climate change, however, I think is different. I don't think it is different in reality. I mean, in real fact, it will turn out to be bad for all. I think it is still different in political awareness, in political or collective conscience. I think many political actors are possibly still thinking in terms of, hey, our country will become more fertile ground while other countries will be a desert. And insofar as we, I say we, the humanity, which is still not a we politically, of course, we do not realize that, I think that would make depoliticization extremely hard. Thank you. Sorry for dropping in, but I also wanted to add this word. Professor Dessberg, please. And then also Professor Allievi asked to intervene. I'll be happy to give him the floor. And by the way, let me take a chance to welcome Stefano Allievi and Giancarlo De Cataldo, who are other speakers in the coming sessions. So welcome and thanks for being here, you both. Please.
Thank you. I won't have a lot of things to add because Ottavia's comment was very acute and it asked questions. It's difficult to answer to this question, but what you said about the NATO involvement in Eastern Europe is very important. But it asks another question. NATO involvement in order to do what? In order to deter, not to fight in a war. And that asks the question of the kind of war we are expecting. We must take into account the mutation of the conflict, but take this into account, the hybrid war, disinformation, and so on. And that makes a link between government, what they aim to, and the societies, public opinions. In France, the French army now is very, very fond of topics like the moral forces. Do the nation will accept a conflict or not? But we are not in 1914 anymore, certainly not to wage war. We want to deter. The French army has 600 soldiers in Romania, not to stop the Russian army, of course. But if you kill a French soldier, it's a kind of declaration of war. What will be the response? We cannot know, because we don't know what are the states' national interests, because they don't want to tell what is it. So it's very, very complicated question. And I think that the most dangerous thing is national egotism. Yesterday, but today, the states have their own objectives. It's obvious with Russia, it's obvious with Trump's administration. But in the case of the European countries too, of course, their security is at stake. But why do you think that countries like France are always ahead in the European construction, in the European building? We have national interest, economic interest. We have defense industry, very, very important. We have, and we can hear, frankly, in the French media, yes, all the countries have to buy European war weapons. That means French, mostly French weapons. So we shall see, but thank you for your comment, and it makes me think that, oh, I wanted to, I meant that. Yes, it's clever. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Allievi. I don't know if you want to come here or maybe there.
Yeah, thank you. I just would like to defend the category we both belong to, me and Macari, about the attention of sociology to security issues. Well, it's true, the most important things in life are not present in manuals. We don't have a chapter on love, on death, for instance, and also on security. But you have a lot that deals with conflict, deviance, control. So they are related issues. And from the point of view of a person who have worked a lot on Muslim presence in Europe and also Islamic terrorism, well, what I would like to say is that sociology has worked a lot on that, but simply they are not listened to. And why they are not listened to? Because they give answers that are much more articulate and complicated than politologists do. Not a question of category, but it's true. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that something like the clash of civilization paradigm is something invented by a sociologist, much more. And what is strange is that a lot of sociologists, even low level, I mean, sociologists, they meet the interlocutor. They meet the terrorist before they are terrorists, and often after, in prison, for instance. But honestly, they are not listened to. Professor Blumenau said correctly, I agree, that counter-terrorism has worked well when there were technical implications. International aviation organization, or the follow the money issue, financement of terrorism, and that's true. The problem that Islamic terrorism is mostly a political issue, not a technical issue. It's mostly a cultural issue, not a technical issue. It's mostly a social issue related to immigration, by the way, and not a technical one. So and it's strange because there is a lot of attention, public awareness, political awareness about Islamic terrorism, with the paradox that there is a lot of attention to it, and even if it is less dangerous than others. I mean, we have the data of Europol in many of the recent years. You have the number of Islamic terrorist attacks in Europe, and Islamic attacks are a minority. But if you have also the number of people arrested because of terrorism, and Islamic terrorists are on the top, or supposed terrorists are on the top. The problem that this kind of terrorism is not territorial. You can deal more easily with PLO terrorism because you know what they wanted. You could deal with Islamic State because you know what it is. It's much more complex if you deal with Al-Qaeda. I mean, and the Twin Tower issues was not what happens with this kind of terrorism possibly is not the only one. It's a paradigm for many others that these terrorists, probably also the climate change or whatever, they have something to say, but often nothing specific to ask. And so how you can have a diplomacy from this point of view. And the last observation is that what makes Islamic terrorism different because there is an exceptionalization of it. It's never compared to other. It is considered specific by definition, and it is not. It's like the others. But the implication is also that states do not want to consider it an internal problem. They want to consider it an external problem, but it is not. It is an internal one. So it makes the landscape possibly more complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano. Of course, we do have chapters on love because we have chapters about family and intimate relationships. But of course, I agree with you. I wanted to defend sociology as well, of course. But, well, you know, of course. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So, Valentine, you still haven't got a chance to respond. Maybe you take some time for your reply.
Maybe Bernhard would like to respond too, I guess. So I noted that you took a lot of notes. Yeah, actually, it is quite striking when you're saying, you know, some terrorists have something to say, but nothing specific to ask. It is an interesting point of view somehow. However, to a certain extent, criticizing the system, you know, we have different kinds of terrorists. So actually, we have terrorists who ask to overthrow the system, for example. We have terrorists who are, you know, aim at gaining independence for a part of the territory. And these last, so let's say the nationalist ones, surely are the ones who are going to reach their goals more easily. So we have, you know, proof, scientific evidences that prove that actually nationalist terrorists are the ones who gain the negotiation process. And I'm not using the verb gain just for chance, but just to stress the fact that even gaining negotiation is, you know, could be a goal. And surely they are the ones that for the public opinion are, you know, can clearly state their own goals. On the other side, I'm thinking about, for example, in the long-term perspective, I'm thinking about anarchists. So if we think about the anarchist wave, and I'm talking about the late 19th century, actually, they don't have probably clear goals. They would like to overthrow the system, but they did not know exactly how to do so. So they basically develop lone wolf terrorist attacks on high representatives of the state, hoping that killing these people would mean they were throwing off the system. But their claims were actually less clear if compared to the nationalist ones. I'm not sure, I'm not an expert of Al-Qaeda, but I'm not sure that Al-Qaeda doesn't have a clear goal. I think that probably, establishing a caliphate like, also ISIS claimed later on, was a goal, but it was the goal that they declared to pursue. However, I think that to a certain extent, Al-Qaeda could be seen as the development of post-colonial struggles in the use of violence, but specifically in the goals, in the way they would like to set the Middle East free from, the Western invaders and the Western commitments from a geopolitical, but also from an economic point of view. So to this extent, I think that, working with categories, even if, once again, historians don't like categories, but help us in trying to understand what are the goals, what are the non-declared goals as well, which make obviously a point for terrorists, but especially for states that are, asked to answer to them. So that's a comment rather than an answer. Yeah. Bernhard, would you like to add something?
Sure, maybe? Yeah, thank you very much for your point, and I fully agree with you that the substance or the ultimate motives that they might pursue, it's not something we can negotiate on. I'm not sure how unique Al-Qaeda and ISIS in that regard, because if you look back at history again, I'm not the expert on the Red Brigades. I'm more familiar with the German terrorists, but I think many of the demands that the Red Army faction or the movement 2nd of June and so on asked were non-negotiable to the government either. The overthrow of the political and social order was not something that I think any German government would have seriously contemplated. So there's not a concession that they could make in the sense that, extreme as it might be for depending on your political views, but the Palestine issue could be settled with a territorial situation. The Northern Ireland problem could be settled because there was a territorial issue. When it becomes ideological or religious, it's way more difficult to settle that. But I think that's exactly where my point on depoliticizing or a pragmatic approach comes in, because if you can't deal with the kind of root causes of Al-Qaeda or ISIS as such, and I agree there's a lot of colonial legacy that feeds into that, then you should deal with the manifestations of it. So what are the big problems from these groups? Is it foreign fighters? Is it extremism? Is it radicalization? Is it lone wolves? Narco-terrorism, for instance, is something that ISIS was quite involved in as well. So these are things that you can regulate to some extent by, creating a more difficult environment for these forms of terrorism to come through. And I think in that sense, it is a bit easier for my topic, which is basically negotiating about terrorism, than Valentine's topic, which is basically negotiating with terrorists, because there are some moral issues that don't figure in my negotiations. If you have the problem, if you want to deal with terrorist foreign fighters, then you see how you can restrict that topic as much as possible without having to look into the actual motivations. Mm-hmm. I mean, ideally you would, but I assume in many cases you can't actually tackle that as well. So.
Thank you. We still have, Valentine, you want to? No, okay. Anyone else? No, we still have some 10 minutes to go. So if anyone from the public wants to ask a question or say something, please. Right. Now think about it. Yeah, it's the best. Oh. Nobody answers. But there's nothing that really achieves, when you're in a class and you want silence, ask questions. I mean, ask people to ask questions, and you will achieve your goal. Of course you can.
Frédéric, sorry. I was struck by the idea when the European political community came up, the notion IPSe, if there were no historians in the room thinking about it, because I think we had IPSe before the European Political Cooperation in the 1970s, and that project didn't really work out so well in the end. So it's just one of those cases, maybe you know a little bit more about how the notion, the concept as such came up, that sometimes you should just be very careful about the abbreviations and acronyms you use, because they obviously carry some historical baggage as well. And if you're using the acronyms of a project that didn't really work out so well for one that you're reestablishing now, I'm just wondering if there was really no historian in the room that could help us out.
Yes, I was only using names and acronyms for new ideas that are not new ideas, in fact. That's all, you know that political leaders and always look in cupboards, what has been done. And what I tried to, one of my intentions was to show that there is nothing new under the sun. Why are you so surprised when the US president asked us brutally what the US president's administrations always asked to the Europeans? Why are you so proud to show that we are now united when in fact we are just, I'm talking about real moment, just doing what the US president asks, in fact. And in fact, we have the same ideas, and the European political community is based on what the French had proposed in the 90s, but in fact, it was the project, the draft that emerged in the mid 70s. So it's exactly the same thing, and it cannot be possible anymore because states have political leaders that their own people choose at the moment. Then they say that yes, and that's why. I'm not so optimistic, in fact, about the further evolution, because the principles that presided the international relations after 1945 have collapsed, like the Wilson principles had collapsed in 1939.
Thank you. While you were talking, a question came to mind, and I will ask all of you, I mean, who wants to drop in and say something about it? While we were talking about a possible new framework, possible new architecture of European security, and so on, one way to put this, it could be as follows. If we talk about NATO, as something which lies in the past, which I think would be premature, of course, but in the long run, a very bad, very evil thought came to my mind, that NATO served very well, not only to protect us from the Soviet Union during the Cold War, to protect us from each other in Europe. What would you make of this, and what comes after this? If we rearm ourselves not as European Union, but as nation states?
To your maybe I begin that you are absolutely able to answer to. Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I was talking about national interest, national egotism when NATO, or not NATO, when the Atlantic alliance was signed in 49. And then in 50, when NATO appeared, it was a little different. But in 1949, the aim was to protect Europe from the Soviet Union, but also to give to the Western European countries the idea that they will be protected against Germany too. We were only 4 years after the Second World War. And the famous Article 5, that means solidarity between the member states, was thought in Washington in order to make the agreement acceptable for the Congress. That means no obligatory military intervention. And it's still available now. What will happen if, for instance, Latvia or Estonia is attacked by Russia with soldiers or with cyber attack or so on? We cannot we cannot know.
Yeah, you like to say
something? I can say something. So yeah, I mean, fortunately for me, actually, the other topic I'm working on is German foreign policy and German security. So it's something I've been thinking about a lot at the moment as well. And I think in the German case in particular, what we're seeing now is that the notion of Zeitenwende, which was introduced when the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine happened 3 years ago, wasn't really followed up by a lot. Yes, Chancellor Scholz gave a nice speech, and there were a couple of changes that happened. But I think it's most likely now with the financial restrictions lifted on the budget for defense that we'll probably see a lot more. And I think the other thing is also that the two parties that are likely to form the next government, I believe, are acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation faced with Trump, but also faced domestically with a rising AfD, that they probably have about the last chance now to deal with the situation in a format that still befits them. But other than that, I agree with Frédéric that I think the famous saying was NATO was created to keep the Americans in, the Russians out, and the Germans down. So that has changed to some extent nowadays. The Americans don't really want to be in as much anymore. The Russians still should be kept out, and the Germans should probably step up the game in NATO. So I think that's the thing where, of course, I mean, I've seen lots of statistics about how many tanks, how many fighter jets Europeans have, how many soldiers they have individually. But at the moment, the sum is still smaller than its parts, actually, because it's not combined and it's not set together in a way that makes it as effective as a single state with these resources would have. So I think there's urgently, we had a debate about what future European defense will look like. I see the German government, for instance, is quite keen still to keep the Americans somewhat in, simply because there's a gap at the moment that no one else can fill, not least on nuclear deterrence. Although I'm not quite sure how valid a nuclear deterrence is if we still have the American bombs in Germany, but there's a lack of commitment of the Americans actually to escalate to that level. And I think the kind of nuclear issue will probably be one that will be quite important to watch over the next years. I was just at a conference on Friday where someone suggested that Germany might now seek its own nuclear weapons. I don't see that. I think there's legal restraints. The Unification Treaty actually stipulates that Germany is not to have nuclear or biological or chemical weapons. I also think, historically speaking, if the Germans develop their own nukes, probably Poland will be next, and a few others probably as well. So I think the only way to deal with that is indeed a kind of European response, talking with the French, who I understand the capabilities are a bit better than the Brits, who depend largely on the Americans for that, to see if there can be perhaps a new attempt at a European nuclear force, as we've seen again in, I think it's 60s or 50s when the first debates about that happened. Whether we'll see a different outcome, I don't know. But I think that's the only way I can see that happening.
Oh, thanks a lot. I wanted to give you the conclusion. Don't you? I'll just say a couple of words, but then I would like Professor Lomellini to actually conclude this morning. Just one word. You reminded us of the end of the Cold War. And I belong to a generation who was happy to celebrate the fall of the Berlin Wall. We were very young then, had hopes. At the end of the Cold War, I think there were two books which tried to define, to establish a new meaningful framework for understanding the future. One was The Clash of Civilizations. Stephanie, you mentioned it before. And the other was The End of History. Poor Francis Fukuyama, who's poor guy, he's been really dismissed out of hand because it's obviously not the end of history. Although, of course, the argument was complex, and so I don't want to get into detail. Both as The Clash of Civilizations is, I think, more valuable and interesting than it has been regarded. It is also clearly insufficient. So I think it's interesting that both books, both visions of the future practically failed. We need something new, and maybe there's a book which is opening right now. With this said, Professor Valentine Lomellini, if you want to.
Just to conclude with a pessimistic note. then we talk about the lunch. So actually, I think that you're right. So not just NATO, but also European integration were both processes and institutions that were, developed with the attempt to avoid any intra-European war. So actually, the point, I guess, is that we are not running the risk. I hope, the future won't tell that I'm wrong, but we are not running the risk on another intra-European war if we are going to rearm as, each nation is going to rearm. But the point is why the public opinion and the media especially are going to focus every day on the fact that Europe is not in the center of the world. So actually, historians tell us since a long while that Europe is not the center of the world, is not the center of the international relations, not from now onwards, but since a while, at least, since 70 years, more or less. So actually, the point is that we have to accept that the multipolarity of the system is very complicated, is very complex, that we play a minor role in it. And so the only thing that we can do is try to act as much possible as a unique actor. Otherwise, I guess, copying a very rude expression that President Trump used with President Zelensky, we won't have the cards to play. So that's the point. And that was the pessimistic end of the session. However, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you to the panelists, to people who joined the discussion, to our chair who also acted and opened the discussion as well. I'm very happy that you joined this session. And we will see this afternoon at 3 p.m. here with with Dr. De Cataldo's Lectio Magistralis and the following session, dedicated to terrorism and mafia in the public discourse, media, cinema, and archives. Thank you everybody for being here.
Ogni tanto scopriamo l'acqua calda, diciamo in italiano, cioè scopriamo che c'è una relazione tra mafia e politica. Bene, lo sappiamo fin dall'inizio, quando cominciamo a raccontare la mafia e a farne oggetto di narrazione, già sappiamo che stiamo scrivendo un romanzo politico.
And this is, at times we say, well, that's quite obvious to imagine that there is a link between mafia and politics. And it's true, whenever we talk about mafia, we know we are talking about a political issue.
And a political crime novel.
A political crime novel.
Perché mafia e politica sono sinonimi, lo sono da sempre. A un certo punto la mafia diventa un fenomeno internazionale. Questo avviene sull'onda della emigrazione italiana negli Stati Uniti d'America.
So that's because, so it is a crime story because politics and mafia are synonyms. When Italians started moving to the United States, mafia was exported.
Un grande poliziotto italiano che si chiamava Giuseppe Petrosino, Joe Petrosino, quindi oggi diciamo un italo-discendente, cioè un italiano di cultura americana, figlio della prima immigrazione, diventa il grande eroe della lotta alla mafia. Viene ucciso nel 1909 durante un viaggio in Sicilia, ma immediatamente cominciano a circolare dimes, cioè piccole pubblicazioni da edicola, e addirittura fumetti che hanno come protagonista Joe Petrosino.
And in 1909, Joe Petrosino, Giuseppe Petrosino, who was an American of Italian origin, was a policeman and he was killed in Sicily. He immediately became a hero, the protagonist of novels, of various writings, and even comics that were widespread and read in Europe and America.
E questo ci dice che la mafia diventa oggetto di narrazione popolare fin da subito.
This helps us understand that mafia became the subject of popular storytelling since the beginning.
La mafia a un certo punto viene confusa con l'idea di una organizzazione criminale generica. Vi do un riferimento. Un romanzo di Conan Doyle, cioè l'autore di Sherlock Holmes, che si chiama La Valle della Paura, 1915, è l'ultimo romanzo di Sherlock Holmes. C'è una gang, un'associazione criminale che diciamo, è modellata sui Molly Maguire. Il Molly Maguire è un'associazione, diciamo, è un sindacato piuttosto violento dei ferrovieri che combatte contro i padroni che diciamo, applicano condizioni orribili di lavoro ai lavoratori che stanno costruendo la nuova grande America. Ma per Conan Doyle, che è un inglese conservatore, mafia, anarchici, camorra, associazioni criminali, classi pericolose, come si diceva alla fine dell'Ottocento, è tutta una partita. Mafia dunque è una parola che evoca come camorra, ma non si sa ancora esattamente che cosa sia questo oggetto mafia.
However, over time, the term mafia becomes or being identified is interpreted as identifying a generic crime organization, so much so that in his latest novel in which he writes about Sherlock Holmes, Conan Doyle talks about the trade union of railway workers that protest against the organization that exploited them. And in that novel, we realize that mafia, anarchy, dangerous social classes and whatever, they're all interpreted as being the same, a form of crime organization.
In quegli stessi anni, anzi per essere più precisi, a cavallo della grande crisi economica del 1929, crisi di Wall Street, cambia il modo di fare letteratura poliziesca. Nasce il cosiddetto hard boiled, cioè non sono più storie di detective molto intelligenti contro criminali molto sofisticati, ma il delitto è delitto vero, quello che si fa sulla strada, quello per cui si spara e si ammazza.
During the deep economic crisis of 1929, the hard-boiled novels were, came to light. Crime stories are no longer stories of very clever policemen fighting against criminals who have very smart methods. But these hard-boiled novels talk about real crimes that take place in the streets.
E allora c'è un contabile, un signore che fa il contabile nell'Ohio, che si chiama William Burnett, il quale smette di lavorare e comincia si infiltra nei gruppi di italo-americani di Chicago. Chicago in quel momento era la città più importante d'America, più importante di New York. Si innamora di questi italiani, comincia a studiarli e li racconta in un libro che si chiama Piccolo Cesare del 1929. È la nascita ufficiale del racconto moderno sulla mafia.
And so we have this William Burnett from Ohio who infiltrates Chicago gangs, Chicago mafia gangs, and falls in love with Italians and starts studying them. So much so that he writes the novel Little Caesar in 1929, and that's the official date when the true crime stories were born as a literary genre.
Allora, lì si parla genericamente di gangster, gangsterismo e, attenzione, famiglia. Si chiamano sempre famiglia. Noi poi ci arriveremo 40 anni dopo, ma si chiama famiglia. Pensate, c'è uno scrittore italo-discendente, del tutto sconosciuto in Italia, ma al suo tempo molto famoso in America, che si chiamava Garibaldi di nome e La Polla di cognome. Era un professore Università di Manhattan, che scrive un romanzo, Il fuoco nella carne, in cui c'è un personaggio che offre protezione alle famiglie degli italo-americani perché hai visto mai dovesse venire un incendio. E questo, 1931, ci dice che la consapevolezza dell'esistenza di organizzazioni criminali mafiose è già un dato di fatto in America.
And he mentions the terms gangsters and famiglia, family. There's another writer of Italian origin, Garibaldi La Polla, who lives in New York, who writes a novel where he talks about a person who offers protection to other families in the neighborhood, you know, just in case of fire, to protect you.
E attenzione, nel 1935 c'è un film importante per il nostro discorso, si chiama La furia umana, è un film con James Cagney, che è un gangster irlandese. Perché è importante? Perché James Cagney è cattivissimo ed è un modello per i giovani. Quando lui viene catturato e condannato alla sedia elettrica, il suo amico d'infanzia, che è un prete, gli dice: per favore, muori da vigliacco, perché se tu muori da vigliacco, i ragazzi smetteranno di adorarti e non si identificheranno più con te e forse ne salveremo qualcuno, non subirà più il fascino del gangster.
And in 1935, the movie White Heat was released, which talks about an Irish gangster, a very cruel one, who was a model for young people. And when this person is condemned to death, the priest asks him to die as a fearful person, not as a brave person, because otherwise young people will be inspired again by him. Instead, by showing fear, maybe they may save a few young people.
Che è la domanda da dove siamo partiti, no? Cioè, quanto fascino, quanto noi raccontiamo loro e quanto siamo influenzati da come loro si raccontano e come noi li raccontiamo.
And this takes us back to the initial question, that is, are they really as we depict them, or are they inspired in their actions by the way we think about them?
Vado veloce, facciamo un grande salto in avanti e andiamo a delle cose più di casa nostra. Sciascia. Avevo detto, Sciascia riscopre i mafiosi della Vicaria, ma Sciascia scrive 2 libri fondamentali, Il giorno della civetta e A ciascuno il suo, e rilancia la parola mafia, che non è che fosse stata dimenticata, era stata declinata in un modo un po' diverso.
So with a time leap, let's move on to Leonardo Sciascia, a writer of several novels, including Il giorno della civetta and A ciascuno il suo. He writes about mafia in a different way than the interpretation that had been given in the past decades.
Pensate che nel 1950 un film come In nome della legge di Pietro Germi fa vedere che la mafia in fondo è un'autorità che regola i conflitti e tiene buona la gente.
Just imagine that in 1950, a movie called In nome della legge, In the name of the law, by Pietro Germi, depicted mafia as an organization that contributed to keeping social order.
Invece Sciascia ci dice chi sono veramente i mafiosi.
On the contrary, Sciascia tells us who the mafiosi really are.
Ma che cosa succede contemporaneamente o quasi contemporaneamente dall'altra parte dell'oceano, in America? Succede Il Padrino, The Godfather.
And what happens at the same time on the other side, on the other shore of the Atlantic? The Godfather, the movie.
È una mafia, e si chiama veramente mafia, è raccontata da chi l'ha conosciuta, italo-discendenti di terza generazione che hanno visto nascere la mafia e affermarsi. La possiamo considerare un fenomeno che ha origini italiane, ma un suo sviluppo culturale autonomo americano, e cominciano a domandarsi se non ci sia una radice profondamente etnica dietro questo fenomeno in America.
It is a story told by someone who truly knew mafia, that form of very harsh and cruel mafia, a story of third generation Italo-Americans, a phenomenon that had Italian origins, but which has developed autonomously on the US territory. And therefore, we start wondering whether mafia has ethnic features in itself.
In fondo, se non ci fosse stato il proibizionismo, forse la mafia non sarebbe diventata così importante.
After all, without prohibitionism, probably mafia wouldn't have become so important.
In fondo, se non fossimo così ossessionati dal proibizionismo degli stupefacenti, forse i cartelli dei narcos non controllerebbero gran parte delle criptovalute del mondo occidentale.
And after all, if we weren't so obsessed with prohibitionism on drugs, the narco traffickers and the cartels of drug smugglers would not be so wealthy and so powerful.
Facciamo un altro salto in avanti e andiamo al 1982-84, quando in Italia arriva la piovra.
And let's jump forward. We are now in 1982-84, and we have La Piovra, a TV fiction.
Io e molti miei amici abbiamo fatto il concorso in magistratura perché abbiamo visto La piovra.
Myself and many friends of mine, we decided to become judges because we saw that fiction.
Perché in quella fiction per la prima volta era sotto gli occhi di tutti che cosa fosse la mafia italiana e come la si potesse contrastare, combattendo sul campo. Ma sapete perché? Perché il grande limite dei meravigliosi racconti di Sciascia è di aver dato alla mafia una dignità metafisica che ce l'ha fatta apparire un'entità invincibile.
And what convinced us was the fact that in that fiction, they showed us that there were tools to counteract mafia and how to fight it in the field. Because what had happened in Sciascia's novels is that he depicted mafia as a sort of entity that was all-powerful and could not be defeated.
Finisco questa parte dell'esposizione che riguarda la mafia tornando alla domanda principale: quanto noi prendiamo da loro e quanto loro prendono da noi, ma con una piccola provocazione.
So to answer my initial question, how much do they take from us and how much do we take from them? I would launch a provocative question.
Come autore di romanzo criminale mi sento dire da 20 anni che ho trasformato dei delinquenti in eroi.
As the author of Romanzo Criminale, I've been hearing for 20 years now that I have turned some criminals into heroes.
E mi sento dire: attenzione, stai dando un cattivo esempio alla gioventù.
And I'm being told that I should be careful because I'm giving bad examples to young people.
Allora, io non voglio parlare dei bulli che governano il mondo.
So I don't want to talk about the bullies who are governing the world.
Parliamo dei bulli letterari e cinematografici.
Let's talk about the bullies in literature and at the cinema.
Perché il presidente degli Stati Uniti, Frank Underwood, della serie ambientata nella Casa Bianca, è un House of Cards, per intenderci, è un assassino ladro che violenta la democrazia, ma noi stiamo con lui e diciamo: beh, dopo tutto è politica.
How come that the US President Underwood in the series House of Cards is a killer, a thief, a person who violates democracy, and we stand by him saying, well, after all, that's politics?
Perché il vecchio cattivissimo Logan Roy della serie Succession ci commuove quando muore, mentre è veramente il più cinico bastardo che sia mai stato raccontato nel mondo occidentale?
And how comes that Logan Roy in Succession moves us as he's dying while he's truly the most cynical bastard ever depicted?
Siamo forse rassegnati a credere che la crudeltà sia una misura indispensabile per l'esercizio del potere?
Are we maybe convinced that the exercise of cruelty is a necessary measure when exercising power?
Ma lo accettiamo solo da chi porta giacca e cravatta e non da chi è nato nella strada?
Or do we accept it only by those who wear tie and jacket and not from those who were born in the streets?
E questa è la mafia.
And that's mafia.
E ora parliamo del terrorismo.
Let's move now to terrorism.
Mi prendo un quarto d'ora così ci manteniamo nei 40-42 minuti. Allora, il mio grande problema, ve lo dico dopo aver fatto per anni anche processi di antiterrorismo,
Having celebrated processes against terrorists, my great issue
è che noi non abbiamo una definizione chiara e accettata da tutti di terrorismo.
is that we do not have a universally accepted definition of terrorism.
È un'etichetta che tendiamo a dare, a elargire con troppa facilità.
That's a label we tend to attach too easily.
Vi voglio leggere una piccola cosa.
Let me read out a short passage.
Ecco. Allora, stiamo in un paese, una città americana dove in una villa di lusso è stato commesso un delitto.
Where in an American city, a crime was committed in a luxury villa.
Il procuratore generale di Stato ha dato ordine di arrestare tutti i vagabondi e di bloccare le strade e le ferrovie del paese.
the
General Attorney
General
of the state.
Attorney orders to arrest all the beggars in the city.
Si tratta evidentemente di un'altra impresa della marea di degenerati che durante gli ultimi anni ha infestato il nostro paese.
It certainly is an act of this huge mass of degenerated people who have invaded and infestated our streets recently.
Li abbiamo compatiti finché si sono limitati a rubare.
We had pity of them as long as they limited themselves to stealing.
Ma adesso che si permettono di alzare le mani sulle nostre donne, devono aspettarsi da noi una punizione esemplare.
But now that they raise their hands on our women, they have to expect a great punishment.
Gli onesti e pacifici cittadini dovranno eleggere i loro rappresentanti nell'offensiva contro gli alcolizzati, gli assassini, i rapinatori e tutti gli affiliati a questa diabolica organizzazione ispirata da Mosca.
All citizens will have to elect people who will defend them from all these alcohol-addicted killers, kidnappers, and all the like who are inspired and supported by Moscow.
Allora, qui siamo nel 1946, siamo in un giallo di quelli che si vendevano sulle bancarelle, che si chiama capro espiatorio.
Sto pensando capro espiatorio, scapegoat, grazie.
Scapegoat.
So we are now, that was set in 1946. It's a thriller you could buy in the streets and the title is Scapegoat.
Allora, l'idea che un assassino di paese, che poi si dimostrerà essere una storia di famiglia, sia un agente di Mosca, quindi un terrorista, è un'idea cardine della guerra fredda.
The fact that a local killer, and it will come out that it was a family crime actually, instead is a killer who comes from Moscow, from the other power, is a pivoting element during the years of the Cold War.
Così come all'inizio del secolo il terrorismo era identificato con gli anarchici.
And at the beginning of the 20th century, terrorism was identified with anarchists.
Ma c'è una cosa interessante, sono dello stesso anno un racconto di H.G. Wells, che è la storia di un anarchico che vuole avvelenare i pozzi, cioè mettere proprio un veleno nell'acqua di Londra.
And in the same year, we have a novel by H.G. Wells where an anarchist wants to poison the wells that provide water to London.
E poi abbiamo il caposaldo della letteratura sul terrorismo di tutti i tempi, che è The Secret Agent di Conrad, che invece è terrorismo di Stato.
And at the same time, we have The Secret Agent by Conrad that talks about state terrorism.
Voglio dire che anche quando si parla di come è stato raccontato il terrorismo, si può distinguere tra chi diceva le cose come stavano sostanzialmente e la propaganda, perché il grande problema è sempre la propaganda.
So this is to say that even when it comes to terrorism, we have those who say things as they actually are and those who instead fall, let's say, into the trap of propaganda.
Allora, avevo preparato tutto un discorso su come i patrioti del Risorgimento interpretavano la guerra di liberazione nazionale, ma lo facciamo un'altra volta. Comunque, se vi capita di leggere testi di Mancini o La guerra per bande o via dicendo, sappiate che con il nostro metro di valutazione di oggi finivano tutti nelle carceri di massima sicurezza.
Then I will not dwell on the Risorgimento that took place in Italy in the 1840s, and if it will ever happen to you to read Mazzini and other patriots of that age, just imagine that their actions at that time, if they were made today, they would take them all into our prisons.
In effetti, durante tutta la stagione della guerra fredda, che è stata la stagione dei grandi racconti di spie, non si parlava di terrorismo, si parlava di eserciti contrapposti che facevano una guerra nascosta, una guerra occulta.
After all, throughout the Cold War, when there were so many spy stories, there were never talks about terrorism. It was secret armies that were making a sort of undercover war.
Il terrorismo ritorna nella letteratura, nella grande letteratura, con la caduta del muro di Berlino.
After the fall of the Berlin Wall, terrorism appears again in literature.
Perché abbiamo perso il punto di riferimento, no? Cioè, noi sapevamo, John le Carré sapeva, Graham Greene sapeva che i nostri non sono poi tanto meglio degli altri, per cui li raccontavano dialetticamente, però raccontavano due visioni del mondo.
After all, John le Carré and Graham Greene, they knew very well that ours are not, after all, better than theirs. But they told about this distinction. They knew how the world was working by that time.
Se devo parlare di terrorismo anche per quanto riguarda l'Europa occidentale, mi vengono in mente tre esempi. Mi vengono in mente un romanzo francese di Didier Denenx che si chiamava Meurtre pour mémoire, che è sull'Algeria.
And if I want to talk about terrorism in Europe, three examples come to my mind. One is a French novel about Algeria.
Didier Denenx, Meurtre pour mémoire.
Meurtre pour mémoire.
Un romanzo tedesco, che
German
è
novel.
L'onore perduto di Katharina Blum di Heinrich Böll.
The Lost Honor by Katharina Blum. Un attimo.
By Heinrich Böll.
Sì. No, ce l'avevo,
Sì.
ce l'avevo. The Lost Honor of Katharina Blum by Nobel Prize laureate Heinrich Böll.
È pochissimo in Italia, forse solo Alonso e i visionari di Anna Maria Ortese, un libro credo dimenticato.
And very, very little was written in Italy, probably only Alonso e i Visionari by Anna Maria Ortese, a novel that has practically disappeared.
Anche qui dovremmo fare un seminario sul perché la grande letteratura ha chiuso gli occhi davanti agli anni di piombo e a quella stagione.
And here again, maybe in Italy, we ought to discuss why has literature closed its eyes on the anni di piombo, the lead years in Italy, the 1970s.
Dico la grande letteratura perché poi noi che scriviamo romanzi di consumo ce ne siamo sempre occupati.
And I'm talking about great literature, not us as the writers of large distribution novels, let's say.
Voglio chiudere con un po' di nostalgia per il mondo della guerra fredda.
Let me wrap up with a note of nostalgia for the Cold War period.
Perché allora sapevamo chi era il nemico e dove stavamo noi.
Because at that time we knew who our enemy was and where we stood.
È un'ultimissima suggestione. Noi in Italia non abbiamo mai avuto una tradizione del racconto di spie.
And a last suggestion. In Italy we never had a tradition of spy stories.
A differenza dei paesi anglosassoni.
Unlike Anglo-Saxon countries.
Penso che dipenda dal fatto che gli anglosassoni si sono sempre in qualche misura identificati con la loro parte.
Probably because Anglo-Saxon writers always identified themselves with their side.
Per uno scrittore o per un intellettuale inglese, per esempio, essere chiamato a difendere il proprio paese anche come intelligence è un onore.
To a British writer or playwright being invited to defend his or her own country also with their work is an honor.
noi cominciamo subito a dire quanto rubano, quanto si mettono in tasca.
We immediately instead start saying how much politicians steal, how much they gain from their activity.
E in effetti nel nostro passato ci stanno delle brutte pagine fatte dai servizi di sicurezza.
And the same when we talk about secret services. And actually, in our history, there are very bad examples of behaviors of the secret services.
C'è il rapporto del 1995 della Camera al Comitato parlamentare di controllo che elenca 14 casi di deviazioni accertate, cioè 14 volte. I nostri servizi hanno coperto, protetto e sfiltrato e sottratto alla giustizia terroristi interni.
There are, for example, 14 documented cases when the Italian intelligence exfiltrated or protected or whatever internal domestic terrorists.
Ma il mondo è cambiato.
But the world has changed.
Visto dall'interno, il fatto che l'Italia non abbia ancora avuto, per fortuna, un attentato terroristico di matrice islamista ha un significato molto preciso.
Seen from the inside, the fact that Italy, luckily, has not had not a single terrorist attack of Islamic origin is self-evident.
Vuol dire che dentro i nostri servizi c'è una tradizione di gente brava che sa operare.
It means that the Italian intelligence services have a well-established and cherished tradition of people who know their job, and they do it well.
Speriamo di conservarceli.
Let's hope we preserve them.
Thank you and sorry for being so long.
Domande, no? Sì. Allora, innanzitutto grazie mille per questo intervento. Io cederei la parola al pubblico. Prima però di cedere la parola al pubblico vorrei fare io una prima domanda. Riguarda l'inizio della mafia. Credo che una delle cose più difficili da scoprire è quando è iniziata la mafia. In Spagna, paese in cui vivo da tanti anni, c'è una strana leggenda, che non so quanto sia vera, che diciamo, collega l'inizio della mafia appunto a una specie di società segreta che si chiamava Gardugna, presente a Siviglia e tra l'altro anche Cervantes, che è probabilmente lo scrittore più famoso spagnolo, scrisse un libro dedicato proprio alla Gardugna nel 1613, Rinconete Cortadillo. Quanto c'è secondo lei di vero su questa origine, diciamo, spagnoleggiante della mafia? Tra l'altro c'è anche un'altra, diciamo, una specie di, anche qui non so se sia fedele al vero o un'invenzione, sempre riguardo alla mafia, di questi tre cavalieri, Osso, Mastrosso e Carcagnosso, che avrebbero inventato le tre mafie italiane. Ma in Spagna se ne parla molto. Non so se c'è qualche spagnolo in sala. C'è qualche spagnolo in sala? Spanish people here? No? Ok. Perché, però ecco, questo collegamento con Cervantes, quindi già 1613, sì. Io l'ho letto parecchie volte. Aspetta, se vuoi fare.
So the question is the birth of mafia. How did mafia originate? Because there's two legends in Spain that say that mafia actually originated in Spain. One, Cervantes, back in 1613, wrote about Garbulla, who was a secret society that gave rise to mafia. And another legend is about three knights from Spain who invented the three different types of mafia groups we have in Italy.
Ma diciamo, Gardugna è travasata, gli storici sono molto d'accordo su questo, è travasata nella camorra napoletana per via della lunga dominazione spagnola e delle affinità culturali più strette con la città di Napoli. Invece, ok.
Well, the Gardugna that Cervantes mentioned has been historically, let's say, documented as being transformed into the Camorra, which is the sort of mafia organization in Naples, because of the very close connections with Spain, between Naples and Spain.
Ma la mafia, come noi la intendiamo, è un'associazione storicamente determinata nella Sicilia occidentale a partire dagli anni 30-40 del secolo XIX.
But mafia, as we know it, is an organization that originated in Western Sicily in the XIX, quindi in the 1830s and 40s.
Rispetto alla creazione del Regno d'Italia.
Prima della creazione del Regno d'Italia, certo.
Before the reign of Italy,
Del termine
the kingdom
mafia,
of Italy was established.
del termine mafia parla Pitrè nel 1840, l'etnologo siciliano, ma c'è una relazione del procuratore del re Don Pietro Ulloa, anche questa scoperta da Sciascia, 1838, in cui parla di queste conventicole di malfattori che sono in accordo con i proprietari terrieri e i borghesi della zona di Trapani per governare il territorio. Quindi insomma, organizzazioni, affiliazioni embrionali associative sono presto nel XIX secolo.
In their embryo, the first criminal organizations in agreement with local lords and wealthy people were already described in the 1830s by the governors of various parts of Sicily.
Del resto, quando la sinistra storica prende il potere nel 1875 contro la destra storica, promette di liberare la Sicilia dalle incrostazioni mafiose con 2 F dovute al precedente governo.
After all, in 1875, when the historical left came to power, they promised they would free the south of Italy from the presence of mafiosi with 2F that had been favored by the historical right.
Poi vince la destra storica e fa la stessa promessa per la sinistra storica e via dicendo, cioè l'uso del termine mafioso come connotazione dell'avversario politico è una tradizione che ha quasi 200 anni in Italia.
Then the historical right won, and they said the same thing. So over the past 200 years, every winning political party identifies mafia with the opponent party.
Tranne il periodo d'oro della Democrazia Cristiana che aveva decretato l'abolizione della mafia per, diciamo, dal linguaggio.
With the exception of the period when Italy was ruled by Democrazia Cristiana, and the Democrazia Cristiana practically cancelled the term mafia from the political language.
Il fascismo invece rivendicava di aver combattuto la mafia. In realtà, se voi leggete le bellissime pagine di Salvatore Lupo, vedrete che il fascismo la mafia l'aveva inglobata, non ce n'era bisogno perché ce l'aveva dentro.
While fascism declared that it had fought mafia, on the contrary, if you read the works by Lupo, you will realize that fascism had not embraced by internalized mafia, so no need to fight against it.
Storia del prefetto di Ferro
Come no? Mori.
Mori. Perfetto. Qualche domanda?
Are there any questions from the audience?
Su mafia, terrorismo?
About mafia, terrorism?
Letteratura?
Literature?
Cinema? Oggi abbiamo toccato vari aspetti.
Posso io?
Sì.
Rispetto alla narrazione della mafia nel cinema o nella letteratura, fra la letteratura o il cinema americano, da te anche citato appunto Coppola, e quella italiana, tu trovi delle dissonanze, possibili accostamenti?
Beh, sono due mafie diverse. Per quanto noi abbiamo portato la mafia in America, pensate, il primo linciaggio di italiani all'estero è un linciaggio di mafiosi.
The question was whether there are differences in the way mafia is depicted in literature and in movies between Italy and the United States. So there are actually two different forms of description of mafia, and despite we exported mafia to the United States, the first instance of people being attacked by the crowd, lynched, is of Italian mafiosi.
1890.
1890.
Ma nonostante quello che si dice, in realtà il modo di raccontare americano a me è sembrato sempre più libero, più diretto. Faccio ovviamente un'eccezione ma ne parlerai tu, per Salvatore Giuliano, non voglio togliere, diciamo, il piacere di sentirti.
My feeling is that US storytelling is more direct and freer from constraints, with the exception of Salvatore Giuliano.
Infatti il massimo è quando un italiano o un italo-americano racconta la mafia, perché allora lì c'è la fusione tra le due culture. L'Italia ha inventato la mafia, ma l'America l'ha resa mitologica.
The greatest of all is that when we have an Italian and an Italo-American talking together about mafia, then you have the maximum effect, because Italy invented mafia and the United States made it mythological.
Sì. Professoressa Valentine Lomellini.
Bene, intanto grazie per questo interessante e molto ampio excursus appunto nella storia, nelle rappresentazioni della storia del terrorismo, della mafia. E so che c'erano un paio di domande da parte degli studenti che non vorrei venissero appunto schiacciati dal nostro dibattito, quindi faccio una piccola domanda solo per aprire un po' e far sciogliere il ghiaccio rispetto appunto al nostro keynote speaker. Sono rimasta molto interessata da questo tuo accenno all'accusa che ti è stata mossa, no? Di dipingere, no? I mafiosi piuttosto che i terroristi come degli eroi. Allora, io non sono un'esperta del fenomeno mafioso, ma mi pare che la mafia faccia meno notizia oggi e che quindi sostanzialmente rispetto, se pensiamo ai grandi omicidi eccellenti dell'inizio degli anni 90, senz'altro è un fenomeno che affascina di meno, che è meno facile forse da raccontare. Quindi la domanda è: come si racconta la mafia di oggi, che è una mafia fatta meno di attentati sensazionalistici, ma più di infiltrazione nella società di tutti i giorni, ecco.
Grazie per questa domanda. In realtà tutto il crime è più difficile da raccontare nell'era elettronica.
Well, the question is, now that mafia is less in the news, it seems it is less fascinating than in the past. And so how is it possible to talk about mafia today? Probably because it is no longer in violent attacks, but more in infiltrations. And the reply was that in the electronic area, all crime is more difficult to tell.
Perché le indagini si fanno tutte online, si fanno con le telecamere, si fanno in modo da intelligence, appunto.
Because investigations, cioè io la adoro, ho il mio suggeritore personale, because grazie, no veramente, because investigations are being made online with cameras, so using the same methods as intelligence services.
E infatti molti scrittori di crime scrivono racconti storici ormai.
So much so that several crime writers now write historic novels.
Però bisogna inventarsi qualcosa sicuramente.
But we certainly need to invent something.
Diciamo che da un certo punto di vista, allora, abbiamo perso una dimensione epica della mafia.
We have lost the epical dimension of mafia.
Il che vuol dire che si fanno meno morti, non è male, eh?
Which means that there are less deaths, which is not bad.
Però nello stesso tempo abbiamo, come dire, abbassato un po' il target, nel senso che poi le storie cruente, le storie epiche, sono storie di piccole mafie, di piccoli spacci, di piccole gang.
At the same time, we have lowered our target in the sense that today's cruel, epic stories are stories of small gangs, of small group of smugglers.
Però non è mai detta l'ultima parola.
But you never know what the future holds.
Prego.
So I would like to know, considering your novels, Romanzo Criminale and Subura, that were written in two different periods, how has the storytelling about crime changed?
È esattamente quello che dicevo prima, il romanzo criminale è il frutto degli anni 70-80, quindi guerra fredda, e la mafia è un soggetto importante anche per chi vuole fare, diciamo, una politica sostanzialmente anticomunista, nel senso che poi pur di tenere i rossi lontani dal potere, questi si alleavano con tutti, pure col diavolo.
Exactly as I said earlier, Romanzo Criminale is the result of the 1970s and 80s of the Cold War, when in order to keep the communists away from power, politicians would make a deal even with the devil, and so they allied with mafia.
Quindi c'era molta epica, erano coinvolti terroristi, logge massoniche, insomma una gang che poteva controllare Roma aveva un suo peso specifico molto rilevante.
And so agreements, secret agreements were made with the Masonry, with terrorists, any criminal, powerful gang that could control Rome was important at that time.
Adesso è solo una questione di soldi e si può anche sparare per il controllo di una strada o di una piazza.
Now it's just a matter of money, and you may even fire an arm just to gain control of a street, of a square.
E si può anche costruire una carriera politica in un rapporto con la malavita, ma una piccola carriera politica.
And you may also make a political career thanks to your relationship with the crime scene, but a small political career.
È l'insieme dei soldi che fanno i gruppi mafiosi che cambia il volto di una città.
The image and the reality of cities is changing thanks to the amount of money that is made by criminal groups.
Non c'è una riunione del sindaco, del governatore, del capomafia e dell'uomo dei servizi segreti per spartirsi la città e tenere lontano, non so, il sindacato o qualunque forma di nemico.
You no longer see the mayor of the city with the governor, with the mafia boss, and with the representative of the intelligence meeting in order to find a way how to keep the red ones away from power.
C'è un accordo, finché funziona si comprano i ristoranti, si comprano i palazzi, si comprano le strade, riciclano soldi, ma non hanno bisogno di farlo in nome di una qualche astratta ideologia. It's only business.
Now there's a sort of secret agreement. They buy restaurants, they buy buildings, they launder money, but it's not because there's a strategy behind, but just because as business.
E noi avremmo tutti gli strumenti tecnici per combatterli molto efficacemente.
And we would have all the technical instruments to fight them effectively.
Ogni tanto cambiamo qualche legge e gli facciamo un favore, ma questa è un'altra storia.
And then sometimes we change a law and make them a big favor, and that's another story.
Grazie. Prego. No, non cambia nulla, non è... Allora, ok, lui ha detto...
Questo in un paese,
sì.
paesino, tutti sanno.
No, non è vero che non cambia nulla, non è vero che non cambia nulla. In termini di potere, di condizionamento, la mafia italiana è più debole di prima.
Well, the question was, how come that in certain cities or small villages, everybody knows who is the local mafioso, but nothing changes? And the reply was that actually it is not that true. In Italy now, mafia is weaker.
In certe realtà circoscritte è più forte.
In certain limited, smaller realities, it is stronger.
E come dire, la guerra tra guardie e ladri continua.
And the war between policemen and crime continues.
Io direi judges and crime continues, perché poi il vero terminale è quello.
Or rather, the war between judges and crime continues.
Ma il fenomeno è di dimensioni ampie se facciamo la somma di tutte le entità locali.
But it is developed at a local level. So you can consider it has a huge dimension when you make an addition, a sum of all the local realities where this is being fought.
Io posso dirti che la chiave di tutto è il controllo dei soldi, i flussi finanziari.
The key is the control of money.
I soldi vengono dalla corruzione e dal traffico di droga.
Money comes from corruption and drug trafficking.
Finché questi paesi nostri saranno dei paesi proibizionisti, finché trafficare droga sarà un affare, noi non potremo mai dire abbiamo vinto la guerra alla mafia.
As long as our countries continue prohibiting drugs and therefore drug is a profitable business, we will never be able to say that we have defeated mafia.
Senza contare che poi la mafia fa affari anche di altro genere, che insomma l'obiettivo del mafioso è diventare legale, sempre quello è.
And then consider that mafia also is also into other businesses, because the final goal of mafiosi is to become legal in their undertakings.
Però insomma ogni volta che noi prendiamo qualcuno e lo neutralizziamo, dobbiamo prepararci a affrontare qualcun altro, perché la battaglia non è finita.
But every time we catch someone and neutralize this person, we must be ready to face another one, because the battle is never over.
Però in Italia non c'è più quella saldatura ferrea tra mafia e una certa parte del potere politico che c'era negli anni 70-80 e sino agli anni 90.
But nowadays in Italy, we no longer see that very strong connection, unbreakable connection that there existed between mafia and a part of the political power that has been typical of Italy in the 1970s, 80s, and part of the 1990s.
Cioè per dire, no, tra l'altro, se un giudice rompeva le scatole nel 1980-90 gli sparavano. Adesso spunta un video su TikTok. Capiamoci.
very simply, if a judge was dangerous for mafia in the 1980s or 90s, he would be shot at and killed. Today, a video of him is released on TikTok.
Maybe a fake video.
Vai, Ilaria.
Ecco, una domanda. Sul terrorismo, diciamo quasi paradossalmente, avendo diciamo, riguardato un periodo molto lungo del nostro paese, non c'è un racconto cinematografico. Cioè io ricordo, però posso sbagliare, il film di Marco Tullio Giordana sulla strage di Piazza Fontana, qualche film sul caso Moro, la prima linea, il film quello su Sergio Seggio. Dopodiché manca proprio, tra l'altro noi lo consideriamo concluso, mi ricordo La meglio gioventù col passaggio anche sugli anni del terrorismo, c'è questo racconto un po' romantico della lotta armata, un film sulla strage di Piazza Fontana e niente più. È un po' manchevole, no? Questo forse mancata narrazione cinematografica del terrorismo nel nostro paese?
Well, the question is about domestic terrorism in Italy. The fact that in Italy we have very, very few movies that depict Italian terrorism. Italian terrorism is, well, it is taken for granted that it is over. And so the question is, are we missing something in this very limited picture of domestic terrorism?
Ma io dicevo prima, a un certo punto la grande letteratura e il grande cinema sono scappati.
Well, as I said earlier, important literature and great cinema directors, they just went away from this topic.
Io mi ero segnato La tragedia di un uomo ridicolo di Bertolucci, Maledetti via Mero di Giordana, Colpire al cuore di Gianni Amelio,
Che è il migliore.
che è il migliore, La meglio gioventù. Adesso abbiamo avuto Bellocchio, no? Esterno notte, ma sono passati 45 anni dal caso Moro, che è il nostro punto di riferimento. Io l'ho detto, Calvino, che fu partigiano ed è considerato il più grande scrittore italiano del Novecento, nel 1980 scrive Se una notte d'inverno un viaggiatore rompe con la storia. Cioè tutta una classe di intellettuali in quel momento è forse spiazzata, è forse rimasta orfana dalla morte di Pasolini, è forse ha intuito forse che il ruolo dell'intellettuale stava cambiando o non era in grado di rendersi conto della portata di un fenomeno come quello del terrorismo che aveva radici nella sua famiglia di sinistra fondamentalmente. E quindi c'è stato questo allontanarsi che secondo me non è mai stato colmato, quindi sì, manca, è mancato quel racconto, manca.
Poi io mi sono ricordata il titolo, però non ricordavo il regista del 63, un film che si intitola Il terrorista di Gianfranco De Bosio, con Jean-Marie Volonté, Philippe Leroy e Raffaella Carrà. Non l'ho mai visto, quindi non posso testimoniare.
Però dice del 63, no? Quindi prima. Ma in Italia è curioso perché c'è un film sul terrorismo internazionale, sul terrorismo dell'ETA, Operazione Ogro, esatto, Ogro, Giulio Pontecorvo, 1979. Quindi abbiamo fatto un primo film sul terrorismo, non sul nostro terrorismo.
Vabbè, io vi voglio provocare e poi finisco. La vita agra, romanzo di Luciano Bianciardi, in cui, trasportato poi al cinema, in cui Ugo Tognazzi si fa assumere da Pirelli, Milano industriale anni 60, per fare l'uomo bomba e far saltare in aria la Pirelli come simbolo della cultura industriale. Poi diventa, si fidanza con una, cambia, insomma, però voglio dire l'idea che si possa risolvere con un gesto eclatante, terroristico, perché quello è un gesto da kamikaze, una crisi industriale, 1963, è un'idea mainstream, cioè quello è un film di successo, è un romanzo che concorre ai migliori premi. Oh, ma guardate che se io avessi scritto una cosa così, oggi mi arrestavano. E molta della polizia morale che mi avrebbe arrestato sarebbe venuta anche da quelli che la pensavano come me.
Summing up, let's try to sum up. They mentioned a few Italian movies that were made about terrorism, domestic terrorism, but very, very few. And probably one interpretation that Dr. De Cataldo was saying is that probably it's because that type of domestic terrorism developed inside the Italian left. And so most of the Italian writers, the intelligentsia, followed the ideas of the left. So in certain way, they were shocked by the fact that something so bad had been born within their line of thinking. And then another thing, the novel La vita agra by Luciano Bianciardi, written in the 1970s, talks about 1960s, talks about the protagonist who seeks to be hired by Pirelli, a very important Italian manufacturing company, to bomb it. Because in the 1970s, it was quite normal to think that you could sort of act as a kamikaze and bomb something, even risking your life, in order to fight industrial crisis. If we were to write these concepts today, probably we would be arrested.
Benissimo, un applauso. Continuiamo subito, no? Perfetto. Allora, continuiamo con la professoressa Rosamaria Salvatore dell'Università di Padova, che abbiamo qui, a fianco a me. E gli altri rimangono ai loro posti o che facciamo? Sì, rimanete lì, vabbè, poi vi chiamo dopo. Allora, professoressa Rosamaria Salvatore, stavo dicendo appunto professoressa dell'Università di Padova, professoressa di storia del cinema, storia critica del cinema, cinema e psicoanalisi. Tra le varie pubblicazioni della professoressa, ecco, vorrei citare almeno La distanza amorosa, il cinema interroga la psicoanalisi. E il tema della sua, adesso mi viene lo spagnolo, mi dispiace, intervento. Il tema del suo intervento sarà appunto dedicato a un regista che ha parlato in uno dei suoi film, probabilmente uno dei film più famosi, o perlomeno uno dei film più attuali, Il traditore di Marco Bellocchio. Il cinema appunto sulla mafia è un cinema più o meno esteso, però ecco questo film particolarmente è un film rilevante sulla collaborazione collaboratori di giustizia, nel caso specifico il collaboratore Tommaso Buscetta, che come ricordiamo fu uno dei collaboratori chiave all'interno del maxi processo alla mafia degli anni '80. Benvenuta professoressa, quando vuole.
Allora, intanto io voglio assolutamente ringraziare Valentine Lomellini perché mi ha costretto ad affrontare un tema che non avevo, cioè un aspetto della storia del cinema che non avevo mai affrontato, ovvero quello del rapporto, per ragioni personali, del rapporto fra cinema e mafia, mentre ho qui alla mia sinistra un collega che è molto più esperto di me rispetto, e uno dei suoi testi proprio sul traditore è stato uno dei testi che mi ha più toccato insieme a un altro brevissimo testo di un altro collega che si chiama Roberto De Gaetano. Ho però lavorato a volte sul cinema di Bellocchio e quindi quando mi raggiunse il messaggio della professoressa mi misi al lavoro, insomma, cercando di trovare dei punti di contatto. Scusate, mi ero dimenticata. Sì, anzi cercherò di cercherò anzi di ridurre il testo in maniera tale che per la traduzione che ci sia tempo. Infatti con la traduzione riduco. Vado.
Okay, so Professor Rosamaria Salvatore from the University of Padua, full professor at the Department of Cultural Heritage. She teaches film history and criticism. Today, she will talk about a movie, specifically The Traitor by Marco Bellocchio, who is focused on the figure of Tommaso Buscetta, who was a mafioso and who collaborated with the justice. And when the professor has taken the floor, she has thanked Professor Lomellini for inviting her and for proposing this topic, which she has developed in cooperation with her colleague who is sitting next to her, because he wrote a text that inspired her in order to develop the theme of today's speech.
Allora, iniziamo a trattare il tema. Diciamo, il cinema italiano negli anni ha generato diversi film e serie televisive su Cosa Nostra, no? Anche se in realtà ha creato in questi film, nella maggior parte dei casi, un mondo immaginario. Per ritornare a un punto trattato da De Cataldo, possiamo chiederci: questo mondo immaginario corrispondeva alla realtà di Cosa Nostra? E Cosa Nostra soprattutto non è tanto importante perché siamo sempre all'interno di una forma di rappresentazione che quindi si può discostare dalla realtà oggettiva, ma il punto è, mi è venuto in mente mentre parlava di Cataldo, quanto i mafiosi si riconoscevano o non si riconoscevano in questo mondo, no? Da un testo di un mio collega di Roma La Sapienza, La mafia immaginaria, che titola il suo volume La mafia immaginaria, sembra che molti mafiosi, dopo la visione di alcuni film sulla mafia, che non li disturbava minimamente, anzi adottavano delle posture, dei modi di vestirsi che in qualche maniera potevano essere attribuiti proprio alle figurazioni che trovavano all'interno dei film. Allora, in qualche maniera quindi si creava un mondo immaginario che però era all'interno di codici ben precisi.
Faccio il lavoro sporco, la pausa.
Sì, scusa.
Come volete. So the Italian...
no, avete ragione.
The Italian, non c'è problema. The Italian cinema industry has generated many movies and fictions on Cosa Nostra, so the Sicilian mafia, generating also an imaginary world. So several scholars have wondered how much did the mafiosi recognize them in these in this storytelling. And actually, studies have proved that the mafiosi were not disturbed by this form of representation of them, but rather were inspired in their gestures, clothing, and so on.
Diciamo che all'interno comunque di questo mondo molto vario della rappresentazione in Italia del cinema c'era in qualche maniera una convenzione di genere, qualcosa che in qualche maniera riguardava spesso delle regole di un genere. Forse il film che a mio parere, che è stato citato prima, che a mio parere si discosta da queste regole del genere, è stato proprio Salvatore Giuliano del 1962 di Francesco Rosi, che ho rivisto proprio sere fa.
A sort of rule of genre was established that was typical of all movies on mafia, probably with the exception of the movie Salvatore Giuliano by Francesco Rosi that I watched again a few days ago.
E per riprendere un altro punto rispetto alla domanda che è stata trattata su oggi i film di mafia perché sono meno presenti rispetto all'audience anche, ricordo un film del 2014 in cui mutava il volto della 'ndrangheta, in questo caso, un film che ho apprezzato molto di Francesco Munzi, il cui titolo è Anime Nere, in cui ciò che era più rilevante era proprio questa, da un lato, la ricerca antropologica in questo paesino della Calabria e dall'altro nuovi modi di investire denaro in varie parti, in varie zone d'Europa, soprattutto nella Germania, nel film. Quindi un modo diverso di concepire anche la rappresentazione della mafia.
Answering the question, how come that mafia is less depicted today, actually, I remember the movie Anime Nere by Munzi back in 2014 that talked about 'ndrangheta, so the mafia organization in Calabria, where on the one hand, there's this search for the representative of 'ndrangheta in a small village in Calabria. On the other side, there's the search for the ways that money is being made and laundered, mostly in Germany.
Allora, Il Traditore, perché questo film di Marco Bellocchio? Intanto ricordo che diversi film di Marco Bellocchio si sono dedicati, hanno avuto come tema centrale il rapporto col potere e segnalati anche appunto dal mio collega, sicuramente Buongiorno Notte su Rapimento Moro e i brigatisti, tanto per tornare a quanto si diceva prima, Vincere, ambientato durante il periodo del fascismo, che fra l'altro film la cui idea nasce dopo la visione di un documentario su Ida Dalser, che era stata l'amante poi non riconosciuta da Mussolini. E anche il recente Rapito, in realtà tratta del rapporto col potere e con la storia italiana, fondamentalmente. E leggendo un testo di Roberto De Gaetano, testo breve, in realtà mi si è aperto un orizzonte a cui non avevo mai pensato, ovvero la concezione del tradimento come possibilità in qualche maniera di andare verso la vita, di rinascita rispetto a un'impostazione, a un'assunzione da parte del potere che ingabbia le singole esistenze, le ingabbia per sempre. Come dirà Buscetta a Falcone, che lo interroga, una volta che si assume il ruolo, si entra in Cosa Nostra, non si può più uscire.
Several movies by Marco Bellocchio focus on the relationship between power and along the Italian history. Buongiorno Notte on the Moro case, Vincere on fascism, Rapito. The idea here nel Traditore, in the movie Il Traditore, the Traitor, is that betrayal is seen as a way to be born again, a way to abandon a form of power that becomes a cage. As Buscetta told Falcone, once you are in Cosa Nostra, you can never get out of it.
Ma è rispetto a un concetto fondamentale, ovvero l'impostura del potere. L'impostura proprio perché ingabbia sicuramente tutte le esistenze. Quindi il tradimento assunto con coraggio non è un eroe, lo dice lo stesso Bellocchio. Non ho voluto ricostruire, cioè costruire e rappresentare un eroe, ma è una figura che con coraggio assume questa possibilità di andare verso la vita.
So the power imposes itself on people, and therefore the traitor is not depicted as a hero, but as a person who bravely decides to move towards life.
Infatti Buscetta ha scelto durante la sua esistenza di essere un soldato e non un capo. E quando Falcone gli chiede spiegazione di tale scelta, lui risponde: a me piacciono le donne, mi piace la vita, quindi non sono come Rina che preferisce la famosa frase in siciliano "cumannare è meglio che fottere". Non so come si può rendere in inglese.
Sì, posso? Ok. So, and when Falcone asked Buscetta how come that he had chosen to be a soldier instead of being a boss in Mafia, he answered that he loved women, and he didn't have the same idea as Rina, who kept saying that commanding, ordering is better than fucking.
Allora, ma questo tradimento non è solo il tradimento di Buscetta, il tradimento come rinascita, come uscire da questa gabbia, no? Costruita per l'eternità dell'esistenza umana, ma è la possibilità anche traslata per un paese, no? Per l'Italia, di uscire, di tradire per poter uscire. In fondo De Gaetano cita per esempio la guerra cioè il fatto che noi italiani dopo la fine della seconda guerra mondiale naturalmente abbiamo tradito tutta una serie di situazioni, no? E chi ci ha parlato più profondamente di questo tradimento non sono state le persone in divisa che hanno tradito, ma è stato un film come Roma città aperta, che ci ha aperto alla possibilità di un tradimento che portasse nuova vita, no? Che rompesse con tutto ciò, con l'impostura del potere precedente. Naturalmente il film tradisce anche perché sposa dei procedimenti assolutamente molto differenti da quelli, diciamo, consueti, dei procedimenti che abbracciano soprattutto dei moduli teatrali, ma anche in qualche maniera il romanzesco nell'ultima parte del film. E proprio perché a Bellocchio interessa l'impostura del potere, è come se mettesse in scena il teatro della vita e quello del potere, che sono, e mettesse quindi in contrasto impostori e traditori. Anche spazialmente vedremo alcune scene del maxi processo. Voi vedrete che c'è una distanza fra le gabbie in cui sono rinchiusi gli inquisiti, naturalmente, e non solo Buscetta stesso nel momento in cui si presenta, e la magistratura, no? C'è questa contrapposizione molto netta e costruita proprio con la macchina da presa centrale, esattamente che sta al posto di un ipotetico spettatore, insomma con moduli perfettamente teatrali. ma la vita stessa è come se diventasse allora una sorta di impostura, là dove l'unico godimento, e uso questo termine che è un termine psicanalitico, che riguarda la pulsione quando la pulsione non ha più limite e si gode e non c'è assolutamente, e quindi è qualcosa di distruttivo e non, anche se dà immediatamente piacere, che è un termine che mi sembra molto appropriato proprio per il sadismo e la perversione con cui Riina e tutto il gruppo e tutta la gang attorno a Riina commette questi omicidi. Li commette in maniera cruda, terribile, veramente, con un sadismo che allora l'unica scelta veramente diventa, se si vuole andare verso la vita, diventa il tradimento, ed è una scelta importante. Ma per il signore che ho qui accanto, il traditore, cito, evoca scena dopo scena tutto l'universo bellocchiano, in cui il teatro agisce dall'interno, rimesso in scena o chiamato in causa in tutti i sensi, lo strumento con cui viene decostruito, smontato, invalidato l'effetto interpretazione sottile, provocatoria, liberatoria. Allora, testo, perché la citazione è lunga, non so se...
Grazie.
Testo molto mafioso.
Molto mafioso.
Ho detto...
E quello fra virgolette là in alto.
Questo?
Mancino,
Ok.
sì.
Bene, allora. Summing up, in the film Il Traditore by Marco Bellocchio, you find some theater modules, some modules and settings that are typical of theater. You have the theater of life, the theater of power. For example, the camera is fixed and it shows a clear distance and space between the area where the judges are and the area where the criminals are, using the same methods that are used in theater. Life becomes an event where life becomes an event where the only enjoyment felt by the mafiosi is that sadism and perversion that they feel when they commit cruel homicides, hence betrayal of that life in order to go back to life. And as Professor Mancino, who is here with us, said, and I quote, "The traitor evokes one scene after another, all the universe of Marco Bellocchio's cinema, where the theater operates from within. The theater is reproposed in all meanings. It is the tool through which the effect of reality is deconstructed, dismantled, and it becomes invalid, and it is therefore bent to meet the need to achieve a subtle, provocative, and liberatory interpretation."
Allora, e fra poco lascio le idee degli altri e vi dico le mie, le idee che mi hanno colpito chiaramente. Allora, gli spazi sono fondamentali nel cinema di Bellocchio, dà molta importanza agli spazi, anche in questo film sono significativi, così come i luoghi. Allora, il protagonista, Buscetta, il traditore, ma vedremo che questo termine, il traditore, si può attribuire anche a più personaggi all'interno del film. Comunque, diciamo, il protagonista vive fra due luoghi, vive fra il Brasile e Palermo nel momento in cui va a deporre, in cui va a non è un pentito, dice di non essere un pentito perché è legato a un'idea della mafia completamente diversa da quella che da un momento all'altro Rina ha diffuso, no? Non è un pentito e che non si riconosce più non è più Cosa Nostra, ma è diventato un'altra cosa, truce, spietata, in cui insomma si uccidono anche i bambini, non ci sono più leggi morali rispetto al codice a cui lui aderiva. Quindi è un personaggio, dicevo, che vive fra due luoghi, il Brasile, dove si sposta nel momento in cui avviene questo cambiamento, e Palermo, anche se l'ultima parte della sua vita la vivrà in una continua erranza negli Stati Uniti, in un luogo per lui senza storia, mentre il suo, diciamo, il suo cuore va sempre a un ritorno nella città dove deve convivere con la spietatezza della morte, no? In realtà. Anche se sogna di andare in Amazzonia, dice a un certo punto, mentre è in Brasile, come se sognasse di scomparire dalle scene. Quindi a me veniva in mente, quando pensavo a questi spazi diversi e anche alle temporalità diverse, perché quando lui inizia il racconto della sua vita, in realtà sono presenti molti flashback, insomma, molti ricordi del passato. È come se si trovasse in uno spazio entre deux, dicono i francesi, tra l'uno e l'altro, come se non fosse in uno spazio unico definito. Ma vediamo allora, perché questa scelta di Bellocchio della teatralizzazione, soprattutto nelle sequenze che riguardano la messa in scena, e quali sono gli elementi compositivi per cui il film è differente da codici previsti?
Space is fundamental in the movies by Marco Bellocchio. For example, Buscetta, the traitor, lives between Brazil and Palermo. He dreams of living in the Amazon forest, and then in the end we will find out that the last part of his life was lived as an errand in the United States, so several places in space. He is not a person who repented, but he's still linked and he still accepts the idea of the old Cosa Nostra, but he does not accept the new Mafia, what Mafia has become nowadays, an organization that kills children and etc. While telling his story, there are several flashbacks, so we are taken to other spaces. And the question now is why is the method typical of theater being used in this movie by Bellocchio, and what makes this movie different vis-a-vis other the typical methods used in movies?
Allora, il maxi processo a cui assisteremo diviene una sorta di teatro della messa in scena dell'isteria, ma ora vi faccio vedere la sequenza. E il presidente della Corte d'Appello a un certo punto dirà: ma qui è un manicomio, e il suo collega, un magistrato accanto a lui, parlerà di teatro patologico. E avremo la musica che ancora di più accentua questa isterizzazione, questa recitata, questa isterizzazione recitata. Non sono isterici, mafiosi in gabbia che protestano, ma è tutta una messa in scena. Urliamo e sentiamo, udiamo persino le urla delle donne che sono le mogli, le donne che assistono al processo. Qualcuno potrebbe spegnere la luce? C'è la possibilità così che vediamo con maggiore...
now we are going to see a scene from the Maxi process celebrated against Mafia. And it is a typical representation of the theater of hysteria, so much so that the president of the court at a given time shouts, well, this is a madhouse, and the music also enhances this hysteria. And you can even hear the voices of the wives of the mafiosi screaming in the court hall.
Scusate. Dov'è? Mi è sparita la... Andiamo a 1:45. Un'ora, 3 minuti. Ah, ho dimenticato di dire che non si tratta soltanto del processo che sposa moduli teatrali. Nella prima parte del film noi vediamo, dopo le uccisioni di diversi mafiosi, i funerali. I funerali hanno una forte impronta teatrale, con un'accentuazione sia nei gesti, nei movimenti, ma soprattutto dopo la morte del fratello, del marito della sorella del traditore di Buscetta, un'accentuazione nella recitazione che assume dei toni proprio grotteschi, no? Che assume che è sempre più ma in realtà quando arriviamo al processo e troviamo questa struttura teatrale, noi forse dovevamo essere già preparati, perché all'inizio del film, il film inizia, si svolge all'inizio all'interno di una villa di Stefano Bontade, che è uno dei capi di una delle due cosche, e dopo una riunione in cui le due cosche si mettono d'accordo per la distribuzione della droga, in realtà si svolge un ballo, una danza. Ma Stefano Bantate, avvicinandosi a Buscetta, quando Buscetta gli chiede come sia finita la riunione, risponde teatro. E quindi sappiamo già che tutto ciò a cui assisteremo da questo momento in poi sposa in qualche maniera la dimensione teatrale proprio come se messa in scena della vita di ciò che accadrà rispetto proprio a questa impostura del potere. Allora, quali sono i tratti espressi? Intanto vediamo questa sequenza del processo. Questa è la recitazione a cui facevo riferimento. Questa c'è la cattura di Calò. Ecco. Si riesce a vedere? Scusate, volevo alzare il volume. Scusate se interrompo, ma perché il tempo si sottrae. Comunque avete visto che tipo di rappresentazione viene messa in scena. L'altro rapporto assolutamente...
Sorry for interrupting, we're short of time, but I'm sure you have seen what type of theatrical acting there was in this sequence that I showed.
È il contrasto o il rapporto evocativo tra suono e immagine. Quando nel momento in cui verranno, ad esempio, verranno nominati, cioè il presidente del tribunale nominerà i condannati e le condanne, noi sentiremo le note del va pensiero di Verdi, mentre nel momento in cui esplode la macchina di Falcone che è alla guida della moglie di tutta e vediamo insomma l'esplosione, noi sentiamo le note del preludio del Macbeth. Tenete conto, questo naturalmente come dimensione evocativa di quanto Riina, nella sua onnipotenza, voleva che la morte di Falcone avvenisse con una forza scenica, con un teatro, con una sorta di scena gloriosa della morte di Falcone, no? E il Macbeth, come ha sottolineato anche il mio collega, è un'opera a cui fa riferimento costantemente in varie forme Bellocchio. C'è un uso per tutto il film espressivo della fotografia, non a caso il direttore della fotografia è lo stesso direttore che ha diretto Anime Nere e c'è un uso per esempio nei dialoghi con Falcone continuamente di una parte del volto in luce e una parte celata. Non solo, ma gli ambienti sono sempre ripresi per porzioni.
There is a continuous relationship between sounds and images. For example, when the chairman of the court reads the sentences, you can hear the Va Pensiero by Giuseppe Verdi, or as Judge Falcone's car explodes, the prelude in Macbeth is reproduced. And this is because Totorina wanted the death of Falcone to appear as a glorious scene. Also, the director of photography always uses a specific use of light in several scenes. For example, faces are partly illuminated and partly in the dark.
Un tema molto presente a mio modo di vedere inoltre è quello della morte. Non la morte, non tanto la morte efferata, perversamente inferta dai mafiosi alle proprie vittime, ma le conversazioni con Falcone sulla prossimità della morte e sulla morte come limite dell'umano. Più volte nelle conversazioni ritorna questo tema che percorre secondo me tutto il film insieme al tema della paternità che andrebbe affrontato in maniera profonda, dal momento che una delle responsabilità che Buscetta ha è quella di avere in qualche maniera abbandonato i figli che ha avuto in Sicilia, uno drogato e uno malvivente, però degni di vivere, averli abbandonati in qualche maniera alla morte, lasciati alla morte. E io mi sono chiesta perché, rispetto agli altri figli che aveva avuto in Brasile, perché nonostante tutto Buscetta ha un tratto narcisistico e se non l'avesse avuto probabilmente non avrebbe avuto neanche potuto avere il coraggio di affrontare la situazione che ha affrontato accettando di appunto parlare con Falcone. E in realtà quindi avere questi due figli è come se questi due figli fossero uno scarto, come se fosse una ferita narcisistica che ha colpito la sua dignità di paternità, no? Lui si vanta di avere avuto molti figli e ha un legame fortissimo nel suo ordine mentale. La famiglia è sacra, non eppure ha lasciato in qualche maniera questi due figli. Un altro elemento particolare, scusate.
The theme of death is also present, not as a consequence of mafia homicides, but in the conversations between Buscetta and Falcone. The fact that death represents a limitation. Another theme is fatherhood, because Buscetta abandoned the sons he had in Sicily. Practically, he abandoned them to their fate and practically to death, unlike what he does with the kids he has in Brazil, and despite his strong connections with the idea of a family.
Un'altra presenza importante è la presenza figurativa della gabbia. Presenza figurativa e simbolica. Avete visto prima all'interno del tribunale i vari mafiosi all'interno delle gabbie, ma la gabbia ritorna in varie forme e ritorna sia in forma fisica, no? Le celle quando appunto i mafiosi verranno contattati, ma viene in montaggio parallelo associata a degli animali feroci. Questo non solo a degli animali feroci, ma quando viene catturato Rina viene catturato con un movimento rotatorio attorno a una rotatoria in macchina e viene affrontato dai poliziotti e arrestato. Questo movimento rotatorio si ripete all'interno della cella del carcere e viene associato all'immagine di una iena che circola all'interno di una gabbia che si muove anche questa in maniera rotatoria. Ma più volte nel film vedremo associati i mafiosi e questo movimento circolare che mi ha colpito molto nel film.
The cage is a very strong symbol in the movie. You have the cage as a cell in the courthouse. You see animals in a cage. When Totorina is arrested, the scene proposes a rotatory movement when all the cars move around, and then this is translated as a hyena rotating, moving around inside a cage. So this rotatory movement is often reproposed when related to mafiosi.
Ricordo che il cerchio è la forma geometrica perfetta dove origine e fine si riuniscono, ma è anche la forma da cui non si esce, non si fugge. Altro elemento fondamentale del film rispetto ad altri film di genere è la presenza di sequenze oniriche o di fantasmatizzazioni. Qual è però la grandezza espressiva? Dal momento che Bellocchio ritiene in genere per tutti i suoi film che la realtà psichica sia più importante della realtà oggettiva, non inserisce all'interno del film delle marche ben precise che in qualche maniera suggeriscano allo spettatore che si sta passando dalla realtà al sogno. Ma a volte gli spazi stessi assumono una dimensione onirica, soprattutto nelle sequenze notturne di attraversamento delle strade di Palermo.
The circle, however, is a perfect shape that has a beginning and an end in itself, but it is also an enclosure you cannot get out of. Another element is the sequence of dreams, this dreamy idea and dimension, which Bellocchio loves very much, and you cannot always understand when the scene moves from reality to dream, especially when the scene is around the streets of Palermo.
Ultima nota, il contrasto fra il suono e le immagini non solo è molto presente e in qualche maniera sempre è proposto in una dimensione evocativa. Per esempio noi sentiamo una canzone che si intitola Historia de Amor, una canzone famosissima, no? In Brasile, mentre sono torturati in elicottero i due Buscetta e rispettivamente la moglie, ma è presente all'interno del film una continua ripetizione, così come la fotografia che era stata scattata al momento della festa, che comprende tutti i mafiosi presenti e che sarà portata come prova poi da Buscetta della conoscenza con Calò. La ripetizione e rifrazioni interno al film sono continuamente presenti. Mi devo fermare per i tempi, scusatemi se è avvenuta in maniera disordinata questa presentazione.
Grazie mille.
No.
Grazie Rosamaria. Continuiamo, poi il dibattito lo faremo alla fine di tutte e tre le presentazioni. Ho di fianco a me il professor Anton Giulio Mancino, benvenuto, dall'Università di Macerata, professore di cinema appunto all'Università di Macerata, autore di numerosi volumi, tra cui La recita della storia, Il caso Moro nel cinema di Bellocchio, quindi anche qui Bellocchio ritorna però dall'altra parte, quindi non il Bellocchio che parla di mafia, ma il Bellocchio che parla di terrorismo. E poi ecco, Schermi d'inchiesta, gli autori del film politico indiziario italiano, che si collega perfettamente con la sua partecipazione di oggi, il cui titolo è Mafia e terrorismo nel film politico indiziario italiano. Don Giulio, benvenuto, a te la parola.
Grazie a voi. Naturalmente rispondo subito dei due capi di imputazione a me ascritti. Io per un attimo ho avuto paura che qualcuno mi chiedesse ma che hai voluto dire? Con quella domanda sarei stato KO.
So the floor now goes to Professor Anton Giulio Mancino, a professor at the University of Macerata and also author, who will talk about mafia and terrorism in Italian political movies. The first fear of Professor Mancino was that someone would ask him, what do you mean by this?
In genere quando Marco legge queste cose, proprio quel passo l'ha definito insieme a un altro passo in una scheda sul traditore, li chiama gli acuti, tu fai gli acuti. L'altro passo era il cigno di Busseto, no, il cigno di Buscetta, ovviamente il lapsus è già dato.
What do you mean by this refers to the sentence that was read, that I translated earlier on, concerning the analysis of the movie The Traitor by Marco Bellocchio, and then there was a pun on words concerning il cigno di Busseto,
Buscetta, Giuseppe Verdi.
Who was Giuseppe Verdi, and which has been turned into il cigno di Buscetta.
E quindi alle volte ho il sospetto che gli ultimi testi li stia scrivendo per Marco e non per dei lettori. Comunque vi traduco in maniera molto semplice. Marco sa. Allora, nell'accezione in cui Pasolini diceva io so, gli intellettuali sanno, Giancarlo De Cataldo sa, nell'accezione anche del magistrato, non mi assumo ulteriori responsabilità, nell'accezione intellettuale ci sono dei registi che sanno e costruiscono dei film nella misura in cui si può dire non dicendo.
So even though certain things may not be clearly spoken out, some directors create their works in a way that they do not say things overtly.
Il cinema può essere un luogo, ma anche la scrittura letteraria, può essere un luogo in cui, grazie a Dio, si può dire, processando, senza mandare in galera qualcuno, si possono avanzare delle ipotesi.
Cinema is a place where you can propose some hypotheses. You can start a process without condemning anyone.
Un processo quindi intellettuale, un processo cognitivo, perché lo spettatore è intelligente, questi film si rivolgono a spettatori intelligenti. Prima si è citato Salvatore Giuliano. Salvatore Giuliano richiede uno spettatore intelligente.
It is an intellectual and cognitive process that requires intelligent, smart spectators, a smart audience. Salvatore Giuliano, for example, is for intelligent, clever people.
Pensate ai flashback in Salvatore Giuliano. Di solito il flashback spiega, invece i flashback in Salvatore Giuliano complicano. Tu credi di aver capito? No, allora non hai capito niente. Il flashback spezza e ti dice no, devi sapere che.
Think of flashbacks. Usually flashback is used as a way of explaining a thing. In Salvatore Giuliano, on the contrary, it complicates things. So you watch the movie, you think you have understood, then the flashback comes in and says, no, look, you need to know also that. And that changes everything.
Confessione personale. Volevo vincere il concorso universitario, però non volevo soltanto quello, volevo scoprire qualcosa e allora avevo in mente Francesco Rosi, quindi film come Salvatore Giuliano, Il caso Mattei, Lucky Luciano. E mi serviva una definizione, cioè questi film non possiamo definirli politici, politico è tutto il cinema, tutti i film possono essere definiti politici. Volevo una definizione più stringente.
To make a confession, I would have loved I wanted to become a professor at university, but I also loved a type of cinema like Bellocchio, Rosi, and so on. What is normally identified as political cinema, although to me, any form of representation is political.
Allora, all'aggettivo politico ho aggiunto indiziario, politico indiziario, e adesso vi do la definizione che è semplicissima.
And so I coined this term of, che io avevo trovato la traduzione, non la trovo più.
Io ero curioso perché così la uso poi quando devo
Sorry, because I found the translation, political mystery political thriller.
Io avevo trovato circumstantial,
fine.
vabbè, comunque fate voi.
Political mystery investigation movie. That was the term I created, which can be summed up as political thriller.
Allora, la definizione è questa, ve la do io, quindi è sicura, insomma. Film che giungono a una verità politica, ipotetica, per via indiziaria. Quindi...
Perfetto. Ipotetica. So it is a movie that takes the audience to a political truth, a hypothetical truth, through investigation.
In questo modo ho, come dire, catturato Francesco Rosi, proprio catturato concettualmente, e anche tutta una serie di altri registi che però questa definizione vorrei che non fosse applicata a un genere, non è un genere, è una esigenza, un metodo, un'esigenza di dire la verità come è possibile.
And through this definition, I was able to conceptually catch Francesco Rosi, the director, and other film directors, but it is not the definition of a genre of movies, but it is rather a way of depicting the truth.
Vi faccio alcuni esempi, ma proprio flash. Allora, Francesco Rosi sicuramente in Salvatore Giuliano si rende perfettamente conto che lo Stato è coinvolto nel delitto giuliano e probabilmente nella strage di Portella della Ginestra.
In Salvatore Giuliano, certainly Francesco Rosi, the director, realizes that the state is involved in the killing of Salvatore Giuliano and in the slaughter of Portella della Ginestra.
Non faccio spoiler, comunque uccidono Salvatore Giuliano, cioè, questo almeno si può, questo si potrà dire. C'è una strage,
Salvatore Giuliano.
c'è una strage a Portella della Ginestra e poi il bandito Giuliano muore, almeno questo si può
There's a
dire.
manslaughter and then the
La
bandit
cosa,
Giuliano
la
dies.
scena più importante è quella iniziale, in cui il magistrato descrive, addirittura corregge una proposizione articolata, ma perché stanno mentendo. L'eccesso di precisione descrittiva e l'eccesso della menzogna. Quindi quando alla fine del film scopriamo come sono andate le cose, quell'inizio è una perfetta menzogna.
And the movie starts with the judge correcting a document, correcting an adverb, a very simple word in a document. And it sounds strange. At the end of the movie, we realize that they are telling lies. And also that perfection in expressing words is justified by their telling lies.
Ora, quello non è solo un film sulla strage di Portella o sul delitto giuliano, è un film che ci apre la testa, cioè se impariamo a ragionare come in Salvatore Giuliano possiamo applicare il metodo ad altri casi, anche arrivando alla contemporaneità.
No, that's not just a movie about a killing. It is a movie that opens up our mind to a type of approach to thinking, which we can apply to other cases.
Esempio numero 2, La terra trema di Luchino Visconti. Chiedete a un bambino di 2 anni, vedi la terra, poverino, vede la terra trema, insomma, 4 anni, facciamo 4. Dice, ma la terra dov'è che trema? Domanda delle 100 pistole, se è una storia di pescatori.
Or the movie La terra trema, so earthquake, by Luchino Visconti. Ask a 4-year-old child to watch it and they will ask you, where is this earthquake, considering that it is a story of fishermen in the sea?
Perché la terra doveva tremare, era l'occupazione delle terre e la strage di Portella. Ma Visconti, per un miracolo che è tutto italiano, insomma l'Italia è questo paese miracoloso, non vede la luce in tutta la sua completezza con l'occupazione della terra che quindi trema sotto i passi degli animali, dei contadini, perché interviene il Vaticano a finanziare il film del comunista Luchino Visconti. Succede solo in Italia tutto questo.
Well, because the land should have quaked when all the peasants and farmers and animals would march to conquer the land. But then the Vatican intervened and paid, and so there was this change of point of view.
Le note a piedi pagina le lascio al dibattito, su tutte le affermazioni posso provarle, insomma.
I can prove all my declarations, all my statements.
Luchino Visconti chiede a Togliatti, ma io devo prendere questi soldi? E la risposta di Togliatti è sì.
So Luchino Visconti asked Togliatti, who represented the Communist Party, shall I take this money? And the answer was yes, do it.
Quindi il primo compromesso storico avviene su quel set perché era un film doveva essere un film di propaganda per le elezioni del 48, invece arriva a Venezia, più lungo, con solo l'episodio del mare.
So it is the first historic compromise. It should have been a propaganda movie for the 1948 elections. Actually, it was released later at the Venice Film Festival, including only the episode in the sea.
Il primo film sulla strage di Portella della Ginestra è La terra trema, mancato, e l'allievo più brillante di Luchino Visconti è Francesco Rosi, il regista di Salvatore Giuliano.
So that was the first missed movie about the slaughter in Portella della Ginestra. And the most promising student of Luchino Visconti was Francesco Rosi, who made a movie about the killing of Salvatore Giuliano years later.
Sto guardando l'orologio perché ho promesso 15 minuti e li manterrò, ne mancano 2. Il terzo esempio ve lo fa direttamente Marco Bellocchio, Buongiorno Notte.
Third example is Buongiorno Notte by Marco Bellocchio.
In Italia c'è una seduta spiritica, anche qui, anche così si arriva alla... Vera. No.
In Italy, there truly happened a spirit, those sittings, those meetings where you evoke the spirits. Okay.
E anche Marco Bellocchio nel film fa la seduta spiritica, e lui sta nella seduta spiritica, c'è proprio Marco Bellocchio che dice all'atere, sullo sfondo, fu vera gloria ai posteri l'ardua sentenza.
Voi mi volete uccidere.
Ok, e Alessandro Manzoni, 5
Sorry,
maggio.
but trying to translate Manzoni, one of the greatest writers in Italy, à l'impromptu, it's not that easy. However, Marco Bellocchio took part to this spirit call, and he mentions a sentence by great Manzoni, the great Italian writer, che adesso ai posteri...
Fu vera gloria ai posteri l'ardua
Was it truly glory? Our descendants will give an answer.
È il 5 maggio di Alessandro Manzoni, già citato nella Visione del Sabba, perché ci sono molti film sul terrorismo di Bellocchio, anche quando non sono sul terrorismo, sono sul caso Moro, secondo me, ma lui non l'ha contraddetta questa cosa, quindi ci siamo. Allora, la seduta spiritica nel film non avviene quando, più o meno nella cronologia del caso, sarebbe avvenuta, ma avviene quando... 5 maggio, 5. Dove muore? Sapete che l'ode di Alessandro Manzoni parla della morte di Napoleone. Muore a Sant'Elena, l'isola di Sant'Elena. A 2 isolati da via Caetani c'è una via Sant'Elena. Cercate. E, insomma, la commissione stragi, dopo il film di Bellocchio, viene fuori con tutto un dossier su via Sant'Elena. E non aggiungo altro, grazie.
And the reason is that Marco Bellocchio always hints to Moro, to the Moro case, kidnapping and killing, also when he talks about other issues. So during this spirit calling, Bellocchio mentions a sentence from Manzoni from the poem The 5th of May. The 5th of May is the day when Napoleon died on the island of Sant'Elena. 2 blocks away from Via Caetani, which is the road in Rome where the corpse of Moro was found, 2 blocks away from Via Caetani was Via Sant'Elena. And the investigators had lots of documents investigating about Via Sant'Elena.
Ghetto ebraico, tante volte
It is
vorresti andare
located in the
visita.
Jewish ghetto in Rome. Just...
Vicino al computer.
Grazie Anton Giulio, sei stato di parola. Allora adesso continuiamo con l'ultimo intervento, mentre Ilaria devi mettere diapositive. Ho il piacere di presentarvi Ilaria Moroni, che conosco da circa 20 anni, perché avevamo proprio fatto anche il percorso insieme quando io studiavo il dottorato in storia contemporanea sugli anni di piombo. Insieme a Ilaria, cioè è stata Ilaria che mi ha fatto fare il percorso di Aldo Moro in via Fani, via Stresa, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi oltre 20 anni fa. Vabbè. Sì.
Ritualmente è stata anche consulente del mio libro. Lei e Sergio Flamigni sono ringraziati, quindi qui facciamo un po' carramba.
Allora, Ilaria dirige il centro documentazioni Flamigni e tra l'altro è la promotrice della rete Archivi per non dimenticare, quindi chi studia temi relazionati, vincolati con il terrorismo in Italia o con la mafia in Italia, direi che una visita da Ilaria, deve farla assolutamente. E Ilaria, benvenuta, ci parla oggi della documentazione sui terrorismi e le mafie, i percorsi, i limiti e le opportunità di ricerca. Quando vuoi.
Grazie a tutte e a tutti e grazie moltissimo a Valentine Lomellini per l'invito e a tutti gli organizzatori. Matteo, dammi i tempi così cerco di... Ok, perfetto. Allora, prima di entrare nello specifico di come si studia e quali sono le fonti sui terrorismi, io utilizzerò questo termine al plurale e vi spiegherò perché. Faccio un, diciamo, brevissimo excursus sulla tipicità del terrorismo in Italia, dei terrorismi.
So, Professor Moroni represents the Documentation Center Flamini, and she is also the curator of the archives called Not to Forget. So the invitation is for anyone who studies terrorism or mafia is to go and visit her, because she certainly has lots of references to give you. Now, before entering into the topic of today's speech, which is documents on terrorism and mafia, paths, limitations, and opportunities for research, an introduction is required about terrorism.
Come avete sentito dagli interventi che mi hanno, diciamo, preceduto, sono stati citati tanti fatti accaduti nel nostro paese in un arco temporale molto lungo. Questo anche è una caratteristica tipica. Partiamo dalla strage di Portella della Ginestra, diciamo, se la storiografia si è data degli estremi cronologici appunto del 1° maggio del 1947, dove sono morte 11 persone, in realtà i feriti sono stati tantissimi, e passiamo dopo, diciamo, più di un decennio a una, diciamo, avvenimento storiografico, si può definire quasi sconosciuto, di cui nessuno parla più, ossia il terrorismo altoatesino. È vero che è un terrorismo, diciamo, geolocalizzato in un territorio definito, ma tra il 56 e il 67 gli attentati attribuiti al terrorismo altoatesino sono più di 350 e le vittime 17.
So, talking about several facts were mentioned linked to terrorism and mafia that covered a long time span. So, Portella della Ginestra, the slaughter in Portella della Ginestra is taken as the point of start, the 1st of May 1947, with 11 people killed and several injured. Then we have another form of geolocalized domestic terrorism that is practically never mentioned in Italy, and it is the terrorism in the area of Alto Adige or South Tyrol, so on the borders between Italy and Austria, the area of Bolzano, where as you can read, as you can't have read, ma me lo sono segnato, non c'è problema. From 1957 to 67, over 350 terrorist attacks were made with 17 victims.
Come dicevo prima, parlo di terrorismi e la storiografia sempre di più sta iniziando a parlare di terrorismi proprio perché coesistono nel nostro paese diversi tipi appunto di terrorismo. Matteo Re, professor Re, che si occupa per esempio del terrorismo in Spagna, l'ETA è la sigla prevalente, come la RAF in Germania, potremmo allargarci diciamo su questo, mentre da noi coesistono diversi tipi di terrorismo, per questo utilizziamo il plurale appunto di estrema destra e estrema sinistra, in cui diversi gruppi agiscono nel medesimo contesto.
In Italy, there coexist several forms of terrorism that go from the extreme right to the extreme left, and they coexist within the same context.
Il terrorismo nero è ormai dal punto di vista giudiziario, diciamo, io sono anche un po' fautrice del noi sappiamo e abbiamo le prove oggi, perché le inchieste giudiziarie, ne parleremo quando parlerò delle fonti a breve, ci raccontano e ricostruiscono la storia del terrorismo neofascista e del terrorismo nero e rosso, diciamo, li chiamiamo in questo modo. Io qui ho elencato alcune specifiche del terrorismo appunto nero, che direi velocemente non andrei avanti, ma la caratteristica principale è lo stragismo, e quindi le stragi che a questo punto vi faccio vedere immediatamente, che noi sappiamo essere sicuramente di matrice neofascista oggi, sono la strage di Piazza Fontana del 12 dicembre del 69, la strage di Gioia Tauro, inizialmente si pensava fosse un incidente e successivamente si scopre essere appunto una strage, la strage di Peteano del 31 maggio 1972, una macchina imbottita di tritolo, viene fatta una telefonata ai carabinieri che intervengono perché c'era un parabrezza forato con un foro di proiettile, e mentre vanno lì la macchina esplode e muoiono tutti e tre i carabinieri. La strage alla questura di Milano del 17 maggio 1973, in realtà doveva essere un attentato nei confronti di Mariano Rumor, il ministro dell'interno, quando esplose la bomba a Piazza Fontana il 12 dicembre del 69, che non emanò leggi eccezionali, che non fece quello che ci si aspettava da lui. Lui non morì, però morirono 4 persone. Forse mi fermo per agevolare la traduzione.
Sì, sto cercando di ricordarmi come si dice strage. Massacre, grazie. Black terrorism. Black terrorism is the expression we use to identify the terrorism made by neo-fascists. And we have all the evidence. It has been proven that neo-fascists committed the massacres that are listed there. So just to name, and they all have some features in common. The main ones are the massacres of Piazza Fontana 69, Gioia Tauro, Peteano 72, Milan Police Station 73, which actually was had as the main target the then Ministry of the Interior Mariano Rumor, but he escaped the attack.
Il 28 maggio del 1974 abbiamo la strage a Piazza della Loggia. Siamo a Brescia, una manifestazione prevalentemente di insegnanti convocata proprio per reagire alla stagione delle bombe, ai mesi precedenti che c'erano state di bombe che non avevano diciamo fatto vittime, come per prima di Piazza Fontana, perché queste sono le bombe che hanno fatto vittime, ma dovete considerare che c'è stata una lunga stagione di attentati in cui si facevano piccole, diciamo, esplosioni, piccole bombe a basso potenziale le chiamavano, ma poi il livello aumenta. Della strage di Piazza Loggia lo vedremo con le fonti. Noi abbiamo l'audio originale della bomba che scoppia quel 28 maggio del 74. Il 4 agosto del 1974, quindi nello stesso anno, pochi mesi dopo, abbiamo la strage dell'Italicus. Nella galleria, questa lunga galleria che va da Firenze a Bologna, gli attentatori in realtà volevano che la bomba scoppiasse all'interno della galleria per fare il maggior numero di morti. Ci riescono con un'altra strage, che è la strage del Rapido 904, in realtà, che è del 23 dicembre 1984, e lo vedremo dopo. Per fortuna il treno, il macchinista riesce ad uscire dalla galleria e il numero delle vittime quindi è sicuramente inferiore a quello che pensavano gli attentatori. Infine, in questo quadro di stragi neofasciste, la strage più grave di tutte per il numero di morti, la strage del 2 agosto del 1980 alla stazione di Bologna. Una bomba nella sala d'aspetto del primo binario fa saltare completamente tutta la stazione, le vittime sono 85, i feriti più di 230 e è la strage più grave di questo, di quella che viene definita in Italia la strategia della tensione, che però non si ferma qui. Mi scusi della lunghezza.
No, che stavo per rovesciare là. Continuing the list of the massacres made by the Black Terrorism, 1974, Brescia, Piazza della Loggia, where teachers were protesting against the bombs that had exploded in the previous months. Now, this and other events are the ones we mentioned, the most famous ones, because they had victims. But in addition to these, and the reason why teachers were protesting is exactly here, is that there were several so-called low potential bombs, several bombs that exploded here and there to contribute to what was called the strategy of tension, but they made no victims. So these other bombs are not mentioned. The same year, 4th of August 1974, the Italicus massacre. The Italicus was a train. The bomb exploded while the train was inside a tunnel between Florence and Bologna, but the idea was to have it exploded inside the tunnel, but the train driver was so skilled as to bring to take the train out of the tunnel. They succeeded, however, in having a train explode inside a tunnel on the 23rd of December, 1984. The worst massacre by Black terrorism was on the 2nd of August 1980, when a bomb exploded in the Bologna train station, causing 85 casualties and over 230 injured people.
Nel contesto a cui ci riferiamo non parliamo solo del terrorismo, dei terrorismi di diversa matrice, ma dobbiamo considerare 3 fattori rilevanti anche dal punto di vista poi della ricostruzione storiografica, ossia la violenza politica diffusa, l'uso eccessivo della forza da parte delle forze dell'ordine e in realtà cerco di dirlo in modo semplice in inglese, ma io qua l'ho chiamato forme di espansione di potere occulto. Noi scopriamo successivamente l'esistenza, oltre ai tentativi di golpe, cioè la democrazia non piaceva a nessuno, diciamocelo chiaro, eravamo un paese democratico in un contesto di dittature, intorno all'Italia, e scopriamo l'esistenza, ovviamente dopo gli anni '80, della loggia massonica P2, una loggia costituita proprio per accentrare al centro il potere e soprattutto appunto distruggere il sistema democratico, e Gladio, un esercito segreto pronto a intervenire in caso in cui i comunisti andassero al governo, semplificando. Stay behind.
Stay behind?
Stay behind.
Okay.
Così com'è.
Sì.
What was the context when these various forms of terrorism took place? We had widespread political violence, an excessive use of force by the police, and various forms of dark power or stay behind power. That is to say that no one liked Italy to be a democracy. Italy was surrounded by various countries under dictatorship. And years later, we found out that to particular groups were operating to overturn democracy in Italy. One was a masonry group called P2, and the other one was Gladio, a stay-behind army that would have intervened in Italy in case the communists took power.
Il terrorismo rosso quindi è l'ultimo di questi diciamo, fattori che influenzano la democrazia e i due principali gruppi dei terroristi rossi sono Brigate Rosse e Prima Linea, ma c'è una galassia di altre sigle che afferenti appunto al terrorismo rosso. Le azioni più eclatanti iniziano con gambizzazioni, che è proprio una pratica diciamo terroristica italiana, sequestri, rapine di autofinanziamento fino a arrivare agli omicidi. In particolare noi ricordiamo qui, visto che siamo a Padova, ci tengo a dire che il primo omicidio delle Brigate Rosse è l'omicidio nella sede del Movimento Sociale dei due missini Giralucci e Mazzola. L'attacco al cuore dello Stato, come lo chiamano le Brigate Rosse, si alza il livello e culmina nel rapimento e nell'uccisione di Aldo Moro, che era l'esponente politico diciamo più in vista della Democrazia Cristiana, e se ne potrebbe dire molto altro, ma i tempi non vogliono, ma tantissimi sono gli omicidi ad opera delle Brigate Rosse, Prima Linea e altre formazioni del genere. Io ho ricordato Tobagi, un giornalista, Bachelet, Alessandrini, Galli e Tarantelli, ma ovviamente moltissimi sono gli altri riformisti, vorrei dire, perché è un tratto importante nella scelta delle vittime che fanno i movimenti i terroristi di estrema sinistra.
Within this scenario, the latest element to come into play is the red terrorism, that is the terrorism inspired by communist ideas. Brigate Rosse and Prima Linea are the two groups that made the most bloody acts, but there was a whole galaxy of smaller groups. What were their actions? Kneecap, that is striking using pistols and aiming at legs of people. Kidnapping and thefts in order to self-finance the groups, and killing of people. They killed many, many people, mostly reformers from the left who wanted to reform the communist, the left area. And since we are in Padua, we have to say that the first homicide committed by Brigate Rosse, the Red Brigades, was exactly here in Padua when they killed two persons enrolled in the lists of MSI, which was a political party of the right. If the right had the tension strategy, the Red had this idea of attacking the state at its heart that was achieved at its best with the kidnapping and then killing of Aldo Moro.
Diciamo sintetizzo proprio all'estremo la successiva stagione delle stragi di mafia. Io qui ho inserito anche falliti attentati che in realtà non hanno portato a vittime. La strage del 23 dicembre del 1984, la cosiddetta in realtà strage di Natale, proprio per la scelta della data del 23 dicembre, e la strage del Rapido 904 è quella che vi dicevo prima, nella stessa galleria dell'Italicus. In realtà questa volta la bomba scoppia all'interno della galleria e quindi sia il numero delle vittime, sia proprio simbolicamente quello che ha rappresentato anche per i sopravvissuti. Pensate che cosa voglia dire una bomba che esplode sotto una galleria d'inverno al buio, senza luce, e con quello che comporta, che cosa sono stati i soccorsi successivamente.
To crown this all with the mafia massacres and failed mafia massacres, because some also failed. One was, unfortunately, a successful one on the 23rd of December 1984, called the Christmas Massacre on the rapid train 304, where the bomb exploded inside the same tunnel as the previous massacre by the black group. And in this case, it exploded inside the tunnel. So imagine what it means, not only to the victims, but also to the injured people, of being in a tunnel, in the dark, in winter, in the cold, and how difficult it was for aid.
Visto che mi dicono che mancano pochi minuti, andrò velocissimo a questo punto. Allora, perché vi ho fatto il quadro di quello che c'è stato? Perché ovviamente ricostruire dal punto di vista storiografico tutti questi eventi è alquanto complicato, per usare un eufemismo.
Of course, it is highly complex to create a historiographic reconstruction of all these events.
Per molti anni le fonti maggiormente utilizzate sono state le fonti giudiziarie e i processi, ovviamente. Dico per molti anni, ma dico anche con estrema difficoltà, perché i processi, se pensate, oggi sono ancora in corso, quindi è in corso il processo per la strage di Bologna, Piazza Loggia, riapriranno l'Italicus, riapriranno il 904, il caso Moro Sesto, e potrei continuare così a descrivere tanti altri processi che probabilmente continueranno. Quindi non è neanche facile lavorare sulla documentazione giudiziaria. Ci sono state molte commissioni parlamentari che sono state per gli storici un grande patrimonio raccolta di documentazione. Sicuramente le testimonianze sono centrali nella ricostruzione. Io le metto tutte insieme perché si usano tutte le fonti, gli storici dovrebbero utilizzarle tutte. Siamo fortunati perché è una storia che noi abbiamo visto e sentito, la radio, gli audio, i video, i telegiornali. Certo non c'era la diretta del telefono, ma quando io vi ho detto che l'audio della strage di Brescia noi ce l'abbiamo in diretta, i soccorsi della strage di Bologna noi li vediamo, il telegiornale di Paolo Fraiese che cammina, no, tra le macchine della strage di Via Fani, è il primo girato a spalla della televisione italiana, quindi abbiamo delle fonti che ci consentono anche di vedere quello che è successo. E poi ci sono gli archivi privati che sono un patrimonio enorme.
So what are the sources of information we can use as historians who recreate archives? We have to use them all. So in this case, the most useful and reliable source is judicial records and all the records from processes. Although for many massacres I have mentioned today, the processes are still underway or are being reopened, but historians should go through them. Then parliamentary inquiry commissions, because parliamentarians often, they create inquiry commissions on the slaughters. Witnesses. Then when these massacres took place, we already had newspapers and television. So we have the archives. We saw images on TV when these things happened. And finally, private archives that are very rich in material.
C'è da dire anche un'altra cosa però, che le nuove tecnologie hanno fatto sì che anche le cose vecchie rilette oggi, sia alla luce delle nuove scoperte. Quando io vi parlo di Gladio P2, noi non scopriamo Gladio P2 quando c'è il processo per la strage di Piazza Fontana nel 1970, lo scopriamo dopo gli anni 80, Gladio nel 90. Quindi dovete considerare che tanti piccoli processi, piccoli per modo di dire, tanti grandi processi, ma anche piccoli processi all'atere per reati economici, per esempio, letti oggi insieme grazie a tanti importanti progetti di digitalizzazione della documentazione giudiziaria, e quindi leggere 1 milione di pagine digitalizzate non è come stare a sfogliare centinaia e centinaia di faldoni, fa sì che l'acquisizione delle informazioni sia più semplice e soprattutto si può leggere tutto quello che io vi ho raccontato nel contesto storico di riferimento con una consapevolezza che non si aveva sicuramente negli anni coevi a quando avvenivano i fatti.
Last but not least are the new technologies, because you can imagine that the large judicial procedures and processes generated thousands and thousands and thousands of pages, plus several smaller processes on, for example, economic crimes that were related to the criminal activity of these terrorist groups. They all generated a huge mass of documents that can be searched through today with the new technologies and with a more effective result.
Vado più che veloce. La rete degli archivi per non dimenticare è un progetto che nasce tra tutte le associazioni e gli archivi privati che si occupano di questo. È diventato un portale del Ministero della Cultura che io ormai curo dal 2005, dove si possono trovare documenti online, sentenze, commissioni, schede biografiche e quant'altro.
So the archive, per non dimenticare, not to forget, is a project that you can find on the portal of the Ministry of Culture and that I've been curating since 2005, that collects all this material evidence and proofs that are found in private archives.
Ecco, vi faccio vedere giusto l'home page in modo tale che chi vuole può andare a vedere il sito che è proprio dedicato a fatti di stragi e terrorismo. Spero che qualcuno farà una domanda sulle direttive, perché io non ho tempo e modo di parlarne, e chiudo con l'ultima slide sui limiti della ricerca. Per tanti anni lavorare su questi temi è stato davvero complicato. Da una parte perché ogni strage, ogni evento terroristico mafioso si accompagna a un depistaggio. Questo caratterizza tutti i fatti criminali, se vogliamo, ma la caratteristica dello stragismo in Italia è sempre accompagnata da un depistaggio di vario genere. Possono essere depistaggi di lungo periodo, come pure immediati, e possono essere distruzioni e sottrazioni di documenti che per sempre fanno sì che noi non potremmo più avere le fonti su questo. Io non so come si può tradurre sciatteria in inglese nella modalità italiana di intenderlo, quindi mentre dico questa cosa la faccio pensare a questo termine, perché trovandomi tra l'altro a far parte di questa commissione che vigila sulla declassifica della documentazione dello Stato, le amministrazioni dello Stato si difendono sempre dicendo: vabbè, ma gli archivi sono in disordine, no? Quindi diciamo dicendo che c'è un modo sciatto, si dice in italiano, o comunque di tenere, no, gli archivi nel nostro paese. Questo non è pensabile, perché le carte dello Stato sono proprio la misura della democrazia nel nostro paese. La tenuta democratica del nostro paese passa per gli archivi. Mi piace stare in questo posto oggi, diciamo, a dire questa frase. In realtà le amministrazioni dello Stato, no, mi fermo perché già, poi dico solo l'ultima frase, Matteo, poi ho finito.
Okay. So in the meantime, I translate the fact that Mrs. Moroni expressed the hope that someone is going to ask a question about directives, because she has no time to talk about that now. However, the limitations of research. It is very complex to make research into terrorist attacks, because every massacre sees someone who tries to give wrong indications, to divert attention, to destroy documents. And since I am part of the commission that asks the state to lift the confidentiality mark on state documents, they always tell us, no, we're not gonna leave it openly to the public because the archives are not kept in order. So we're gonna keep these confidential. But I do fight for the importance of rich archives, archives that are rich in material, because archives are the memory of a state.
In ultimo, e mi piacerebbe ritornare poi su questo per chi fosse interessato, c'è stato e ci sarà sempre su questi temi un uso pubblico e politico di questa storia. Quindi quando si fa ricerca bisogna stare sempre attenti diciamo, alla propaganda che si fa intorno ai terroristi, le vittime, diciamo anche i giornali i media hanno lavorato molto su questi, anche loro malgrado, mi viene da dire, ma una delle cose secondo me sulla quale per tanto tempo ci si è divisi sono state due grandi scuole, se vogliamo, no? La scuola del sappiamo tutto, è inutile che parliamo del terrorismo perché tanto sappiamo tutto, che cosa dobbiamo indagare, che è vecchia ormai, e quello che è tutto un mistero, non si sa niente, c'è questo grande vecchio che manovra tutto, ma è inutile fare ricerca perché tanto è tutto complicato, non si sa niente. Ecco, nessuna di queste due cose è vero, sappiamo oggi tantissimo. Fare ricerca su queste cose si può fare e lo dimostrano tantissimi storici che lavorano ormai su questo. Bisogna saper leggere i buchi nella documentazione, ma anche questo si può fare perché comunque abbiamo ormai preso una certa dimestichezza con queste anche assenze delle carte e sui mancati versamenti. Quindi, lasciando i misteri alle religioni e non di certo alla storiografia, io direi che ci sono tanti segreti, ma di misteri e di cose che sappiamo, diciamo, lasciamole da parte e continuiamo a lavorarci. Grazie, scusate di aver preso così tanto tempo.
So, of course, there is a public and political use of these events. Therefore, watch out for propaganda on terrorists, on victims, on the storytelling, on media. There are two schools of thought. One says, we know everything by now, so no need to investigate further. And there's another school of thought that says, it's all a mystery, no need to investigate, we're never gonna understand that. Instead, we as historians, we need to read and study, and we can understand. We can also understand the empty places, the empty spots that are in between one document and another. So we can certainly say that there are secrets, there are no mysteries.
Perfetto, grazie mille. Grazie Ilaria. Allora adesso proseguiamo con la discussant, la professoressa Fara Polato. Abbiamo ancora una ventina di minuti, quindi non abbiamo molto tempo. E ascoltiamo, Fara, vuoi venire qua? Ti cedo il posto.
Benissimo anche qua, grazie.
E quindi facciamo appunto in questi 20 minuti, ascoltiamo la professoressa Polato, poi un unico giro di risposte da parte dei tre, e poi ci vediamo domani.
Beh, io mi permetto di iniziare chiedendo un applauso all'impresa titanica della traduzione. Veramente grazie, una pressione incredibile. E nel ringraziare, ci avviamo verso la chiusura, tutti e tutte gli organizzatori e le organizzatrici di questo convegno e Valentine Lomellini in primo luogo, volevo sottolineare anche, come dire, il coraggio di affiancare approcci multidisciplinari che rivelano la difficoltà ancora molto attuale di una capacità effettiva di dialogare tra di loro.
Okay. So I wish to thank the organizers, and I would like to underline that we need multidisciplinary approaches in order to overcome the difficulty that is embedded in the topics we're discussing today.
Sempre perché siamo alla conclusione, ci avviamo alla conclusione della giornata, pensavo all'accostamento tra la mattinata e il pomeriggio. Si parlava di complessità in apertura. Beh, la complessità non è certamente la capacità di un approfondimento, di andare in profondità, ma è anche confrontarsi con il caleidoscopio delle prospettive.
So we mentioned complexity this morning. That is the ability to go in depth into the topic to analyze, but it is also the ability to understand where to watch in this kaleidoscope of different elements.
Ovviamente, semplificando molto, se questa mattina abbiamo assistito a una ricostruzione approfondita e interrogante delle politiche a fronte, no, delle questioni terrorismo, mafia, eccetera, ma con interlocutori ben individuati, nel pomeriggio invece De Cataldo entra, no, nello spazio dell'infiltrazione, della connivenza, di obiettivi che, per quanto apparentemente diversi, in realtà forse così diversi non sono.
So while in the morning we discussed about the politics that have been implemented in order to face terrorism and mafia, De Cataldo took us into the coexistence of mafia and politics this afternoon, and on the fact that despite having different representations in the world, they tend to the same aim.
In questo panel del pomeriggio dedicato alle narrazioni, e qui chiedo venia a Ilaria, Moroni, spero che non me ne voglia, ma penso che quello che lei chiamava rilettura possa essere intesa anche come capacità di rinarrare.
And I'm very glad that Mrs. Moroni talked about the importance of going through again, rereading all the evidence we have collected from past events, because it also becomes a way of being able to tell again the stories that have been told so far in a different way.
Certamente possiamo invocare degli elementi fattuali, un maggior numero di informazioni, per esempio, a cui possiamo accedere grazie alla tecnologia o alla facilità, all'accessibilità data dalla tecnologia, ma credo che quella capacità di vedere a latere sia anche una prospettiva di narrazione.
Of course, as you mentioned, technology helps us acquire more information than in the past, but I think this is also due to the ability of telling the story in a new way.
E se posso usare questa immagine del terzo spazio, che a me è stata anche suggerita dall'intervento sempre di De Cataldo, che a un certo punto ha individuato due fronti della narrazione, no? La narrazione che dice le cose come sono state e la narrazione, potremmo dire, che riconfigura in base a una funzionalità, propaganda, o comunque a delle motivazioni riconoscibili nel contesto.
And as De Cataldo said, there are two different ways of telling a story. On the one hand, we have the storytelling of actual events as they were. On the other side, we have the reframing of these events in order to achieve specific objectives or propaganda targets.
Ma nella esposizione, nella presentazione di De Cataldo, ogni tanto emergeva, baluginava il termine la libertà.
Freedom was often mentioned by De Cataldo, freedom in storytelling.
E questa libertà, a mio parere, ha preso corpo dei due interventi, quello di Rosamaria Salvatore e quello del collega Anton Giulio Mancino. E poi su questo vorrei fare una domanda. E che ci espone anche una delle possibilità, uno dei modi di dialogare, io preferisco questo termine piuttosto che interrogare, di dialogare con i film.
In the speeches by Salvatore and Mancino, we found this freedom, this concept of freedom again, that gives us the opportunity to talk to movies.
Spesso in una maniera quasi inerziale, vorrei dire, di fronte a un film, forse anche per quella suggestione della fotografia, dell'immagine in movimento, ci chiediamo, ma racconta le cose come sono andate oppure no? Ancora, malgrado insomma questo sia un dibattito vecchio, questa domanda riemerge.
Still, today, we keep asking ourselves when watching a movie, does it really describe things as they truly happened, or is it a reinterpretation?
Bene, entrambi gli interventi hanno messo l'accento su quella che definirei la capacità di figurare, di creare immagini. Okay.
So both speeches focused on the ability of creating images.
Rispetto al traditore, nel discorso pubblico, il collaboratore di giustizia spesso veniva sottoposto a una domanda: serve davvero o è una messa in scena? Il discorso pubblico, nel modo in cui viene presentato la figura, no? Nel discorso pubblico, non nel film.
Okay, when in the public discussion, the collaboratore di giustizia, that is the former mafiosi who collaborated with the justice, were presented, often a question emerged, that is it really necessary for the storytelling?
Bene, nella proposta di Rosamaria Salvatore, ma che recupera anche evidentemente le analisi di Mancino, a più ampio spettro, invece noi abbiamo una faglia. E cioè, come dire, si crea l'immagine, non qualcuno che lavora rispetto a un vantaggio, ma rispetto a un'ipotetica tornare alla vita.
While in the description of the movie made by Salvatore and Mancino, we find a gap. There is no longer something made to gain a benefit, but to go back to life.
Forse anche questo è una latere del modo di affrontare. La percezione che abbiamo dei fenomeni è percezione, per l'appunto, e non è solo, come dire, la risultante di una serie di informazioni. Quindi la capacità di vedere altrimenti, in questo caso, un collaboratore di giustizia o rispetto a un discorso pubblico che invece preme su un'opposizione, no? Sempre una disposizione dicotomica. È utile, non è utile, è sincero, oppure, come dire, gioca una finzione.
So while in the public discourse, we always have this dichotomy, it is useful or it is useless. It serves a purpose, it doesn't. It is true, it is false. Instead, through cinema, we can develop this ability of seeing through, of seeing beyond what is a mere black and white dichotomy.
E ancora semplificando, mi sembra che l'opzione di Anton Giulio Mancino rispetto al termine politico indiziario, non come genere, no? Ma altrimenti vada un po' in questa direzione, cioè l'impossibilità di una definizione che chiuda, ma di un processo che apre a figure nuove.
And this is where the definition by Professor Mancino fits in perfectly. So this definition of political mystery investigation movie, it is not something that ends with the end of a movie, but opens up to further investigation.
E così la figura della gabbia, richiamata da Rosamaria Salvatore, oppure no, del meccanismo che continuamente ritorna su se stesso, a cui si faceva riferimento negli esempi di Mancino.
Hence, rage, as mentioned by Professor Salvatore, or the revolution, as mentioned by Professor Mancino.
Quindi i film non solo per quel che dicono, ma evidentemente per quel che mostrano.
So movies are important not just for what they say, but also for what they show.
E mi piace tornare anche su un termine che potrebbe costituire forse il principio di una produzione cinematografica, cioè quella dimensione del disordine come figura.
And I would also like to go back to the untidiness, to the term untidiness or confusion that was mentioned earlier.
Il disordine quindi al di là della sua effettiva, no? Che esista o non esista un disordine, ma il disordine come figura che permette di andare in una direzione o in un'altra. Cioè non si tratta di, come dire, stabilire se gli archivi sono effettivamente in disordine o non lo sono, ma di concentrarsi sulla figura del disordine.
So it's not really a matter of deciding whether, of judging whether archives are in order or are not in order, but it is a matter of focusing on the idea of disorder in itself.
Bene, io non vorrei prolungarmi troppo perché siamo in chiusura, siamo stanchi, mi piacerebbe, immagino che ci siano delle domande. Mi limito a rilanciare alcuni ritorni, oserei dire, su quanto è stato detto. Allora, a Anton Giulio Mancino vorrei chiedere di esplicitare perché no il genere, e a Rosamaria Salvatore chiedo se quell'elemento costitutivo del cinema di Bellocchio, che è il mondo come rappresentazione, in questo caso, a mio parere, non subisca, come dire, una torsione molto significativa nella nostra direzione, e cioè questa dimensione della rappresentazione tende ad essere, come dire, allineata più sul versante, appunto, dei mafiosi che si mettono in scena come tu hai mostrato con le sequenze dietro le sbarre, no? Quindi mentre in altri film la dimensione della rappresentazione era una figura che categorizzava, insomma, che dava figura, che configurava a tutti, no? Gli attori in campo, mentre qua mi sembra che ci sia una polarizzazione molto significativa. E poi invece ritorno, questo era un accordo segreto, sull'aspetto delle direttive che in qualche modo, a mio parere, ritornano con la dimensione della narrazione come prospettiva da cui possiamo partire per raccontare, e dall'altro, se c'è il tempo, se è possibile, anche il riferimento invece alle fonti audiovisive, perché abbiamo visto che dialogare con l'audiovisivo non è semplice. Sì, l'ultima.
La prima? Perché no il genere?
Perché sì, rifiuto della categoria di genere cinematografico.
So the question to Professor Mancino is, why do you refuse the idea of having a category, a genre for a specific movie?
La risposta,
È rapida, immagino.
la risposta a questa domanda è nel convegno, è nel seminario. Io devo poter utilizzare gli strumenti di Rosamaria Salvatore che ho utilizzato, per la verità. La distanza amorosa mi è servito nel libro su Bellocchio, non posso andare politicamente dritto perché Bellocchio è serpentinato, bisogna andare, come dire, entrare nella follia di Bellocchio, mi disse una volta Paola Malanga, e ci sono entrato, poi ne sono uscito, forse con qualche ancora acciacco. Ilaria ha detto, no, facciamo la prima parte, no, tanto, ok. Ilaria ha detto, attenzione, non seguite un processo solo, c'è anche quello piccolino, incrociate i dati, no? Incrociate gli archivi. Un genere è un blocco, è una maschera. Gli autori si possono infilare in una commedia, si possono infilare in un giallo, anche in un film dell'orrore, devono dirti delle cose. Profondo Rosso di Dario Argento fa spavento per quelli che erano gli anni di Profondo Rosso, e c'è pure un rosso, no? Allora bisogna sapersi muovere con questa verità che si sposta continuamente attraverso i generi. È come un fiume carsico, una corrente indiziaria che appena cerchi di fermarla se n'è già scappata. Quindi se, come nell'I King, ti armonizzi con il movimento, dice Ilaria, poi li acchiappi. Cioè, se sai stare dietro a queste anguille, alla fine te le mangi a Capodanno, no, a Natale, adesso non so quando si mangia l'anguilla, per tradizione io non la mangio.
So the reason is that Bellocchio, as a film director, doesn't travel in a straight, clear direction. I mean, most movies or novels, they fall inside a genre because the genre is a block, it is a mask, it is a trick that is necessary to tell the reader or the spectator what to expect from that type of work. Bellocchio moves like a snake, so he follows several side directions. So it is important to have a different definition in order to be able to understand his movement and follow him and hopefully catch what he wants to say. No, l'altra domanda era per la dottoressa Salvatore, giusto? Then we have a question to Professor Salvatore. It seems that the world as represented in Bellocchio's movie is aligned towards showing the mafiosi as being on stage. Their stage is behind bars and they're there playing their show.
Allora, è vero che in questo caso c'è questo accerchiamento, io direi, no? Da questa pulsione di morte, poi non ho potuto sviluppare le ripetizioni che sono presenti all'interno del film, che è sempre un meccanismo, come ci dice Freud, no? Di pulsione di morte, ciò che si ripete. Ed è vero che in questo film riguarda soprattutto appunto i mafiosi, però è anche vero che si può rischiare di prendere la strada di pensare che l'accerchiamento sia anche del paese, cioè che sia un accerchiamento che riguarda anche anche perché io non ho parlato, ma poi ci sarà il processo Andreotti, e quello che il personaggio che Buscetta, che era diventato un personaggio che richiamava molti fotografi, molti media, eccetera, eccetera, c'è il percorso della caduta. Allora, De Gaetano dice lui non ce la fa ad arrivare fino in fondo a fare il traditore. Secondo me invece lui, con la sua fragilità umana, cioè lui fa quello che può, non è onnipotente, è Rina che si crede onnipotente e che agisce le cose, non... Mentre, quindi questa cosa della, per esempio, del tema della morte, che non è stato tanto indagato, mi confermi, nelle conversazioni, mentre gli altri agiscono la morte, cioè danno la morte e poi sono in questo girone della morte, la riflessione invece che avviene fra Falcone e Borsellino è su un altro piano, che è un piano che comprende anche il fatto che tu hai dei limiti, puoi fare delle cose e non arrivare a poter cambiare il mondo solo, cioè non è che, però in realtà quel processo ha condannato 500, non mi ricordo ora il numero esatto, 500 mafiosi che poi la mafia, Falcone diceva è un fatto umano, prima o dopo finirà. Sappiamo che si è trasformata, ma oggi abbiamo saputo, io non me ne ero accorta, per esempio, che è meno potente rispetto a un passato. Cioè, e ha contribuito anche. Poi, comunque, la messa in scena a volte rivela la verità, che invece l'apparente ripresa dal vero può non corrispondere alla verità. Cioè, le cose appunto si possono...
So it's true that the movie gives this feeling of being surrounded by death, and it's true that the movie talks about mafiosi. The people who are in that courthouse, they give death, and so they end up behind bars. While what emerges is this person of Buscetta, who is fragile and does what he can. Also, the speech, the conversation with Falcone revolves around, Falcone Borsellino revolves around the fact that they have their limitations. They're doing what they can. They cannot change the world. But despite this, admission of limitations, nevertheless, that Maxi process sentenced hundreds of people who were mafiosi, and from today's conversations, I heard that today Mafia is weaker than it was in the past. So they have done something. And then, e infine l'ultima domanda per la dottoressa, mi sono persa il nome, Moroni. So the last question to Mrs. Moroni is directives. Directives in collecting archives, they're important because you need the right perspective in order to know what and how to tell. And then what are the audiovisual sources, because they're not so easy to work with.
Allora, in un minuto mi dice Matteo, le leggo le direttive. Le direttive di declassifica della documentazione sui terrorismi sono una new entry, diciamo, dell'ultimo decennio. In realtà abbiamo la direttiva Prodi del 2008 che invita, non ho usato a caso il termine, le amministrazioni dello Stato a versare i documenti sul caso Moro. 2014 direttiva Renzi, che invita le amministrazioni dello Stato a versare la documentazione dalla strage di Piazza Fontana 69 alla strage del Rapido 984. E infine direttiva Draghi 2021, che sempre invita, più calorosamente direi la Draghi per il testo, ma così è una percezione, a versare la documentazione su P2 e Gladio, che fino alla direttiva Draghi non esistevano, cioè le amministrazioni dello Stato dicevano di non avere perché non esistevano. Ora, come si può sinteticamente dire questo? Io credo, e ho sempre scritto male delle direttive, perché ho sempre pensato che se fosse stata applicata la legge non ci sarebbe stato bisogno di inviti a versare documenti che sarebbero dovuti essere versati, ho detto una cosa, sarebbero dovuti, si è capito, agli archivi di Stato sul territorio e all'Archivio Centrale dello Stato, quindi non servivano le direttive. Lo Stato non ha versato i documenti che ha prodotto agli organi periferici dello Stato che per legge devono conservare la documentazione per lo Stato. Quindi le direttive in realtà, e mi aggancio, hanno solo complicato le cose perché hanno estrapolato dai contesti la documentazione prodotta dallo Stato. Quindi per chi si approccia a questo, attenzione, prendete tutto con le pinze, perché è un'autonarrazione che lo Stato fa di se stesso e quindi non vi aspettate che gli archivi dei servizi vi raccontino la storia segreta del DIS, perché non è pensabile, ma dovete essere capaci, dobbiamo essere capaci di leggere tra i documenti versati, sapendo quali sono i criteri che hanno adottato per autorappresentarsi. E direi che di più non posso dire.
Now, there are some directives about the declassification of documents about terrorism that were passed the last decade. And these directives actually are invitations to the intelligence services to provide the documents about various massacres and to give these documents to the state archives. So it is an invitation, although it is not correct because according to the Italian law, the state archives must keep state documents, so they should have already received them. Anyway, it is, since this is an invitation and all the list of documents is not given, we must be able to remember and understand that we will be given only part of documents, those documents that are able to give a certain image of a certain event. So we must be able to read through the hidden things in the documents that will be delivered to us.
Allora, io volevo ringraziare, dato che finiamo questa sessione e ci rivedremo domani. Vorrei ringraziare Giancarlo De Cataldo, che è dovuto andare via poco fa, Rosamaria Salvatore, Anton Giulio Mancino, Ilaria Moroni, Fara Polato e naturalmente la traduttrice
Vittoria Rubino.
Vittoria Rubino, un applauso speciale a Vittoria. Ringrazio anche la professoressa Valentine Lomellini e naturalmente tutte voi e tutti voi. Domani continuiamo sempre nel Palazzo Bo, ma attenzione che sarà un'ora prima, alle 9, e nell'aula Nievo, quindi non ci perdiamo. Grazie, ci vediamo domani mattina.
So we're meeting again tomorrow, però domani farete tutto in inglese, vero? No. Ah, domani metà metà. You are meeting tomorrow again at 9 in Aula Nievo, not in this room.